format, you will have no option to turn your camera or microphone on, but you can select the speakers you want to use here. You can open the chat by clicking here. After clicking, you can select who do you want to send messages to, either only to panelists or to panelists and attendees. You can virtually raise your hand by pressing here. To lower it down, just press the same icon again. If you want to raise a question, you can use a Q&A, where you can write a question and choose whether you'd like to send the question publicly or privately. If you require simultaneous interpretation, you can find it on this icon, where you can select the language you want to hear the meeting interpreted into. While using the interpretation, press Mute Original Audio if you hear the floor language on the interpretation channel. When you join the webinar, you will be asked to rename yourself. Please do so according to the following guidelines: name plus country or institution. Next, you will be asked to provide your email. Click on Join Webinar. You will join the webinar as an attendee. You need to wait for the host to upgrade you to panelist. When the host does so, you will be sent out of Zoom and the program will automatically log in again, this time as a panelist. The main difference between attendee and panelist on a webinar is the fact that you will be able to control your microphone and camera. You can mute or unmute yourself. You can also select the microphone and speaker you want to use. Also, when using interpretation, make sure that if you take the floor, you are using the same language you have selected for interpretation. Otherwise, you would be speaking over the interpreter. If you wish to speak in a different language than the one of the interpretation you are using, please turn off interpretation before taking the floor.
Hi, Jamie. Do I try my mic or it's working? If you hear me, then no problem.
I can hear you. Okay, good. I think we're still waiting for a couple of the panelists to be upgraded, so I'll wait for the signal from the technicians before I start. Thank you.
We're all good now, Jamie.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the second Independent Food System Dialogue on Pathways for the Future of Sustainable Food Systems in the Mediterranean, co-convened by CIAM, FAO, Union for the Mediterranean, the One Planet Network Sustainable Food Systems Programme, and the Primus Foundation. I'm very pleased to see that most of the participations from our first dialogue held on the 27th of April are with us again today, and also glad to see so many new faces. We have more than 200 people involved in today's dialogue. My name is Jamie Morrison. I'm Director of the Food Systems and Food Safety Division at the Food and Agriculture Organization, and I'll be the curator of today's dialogue. And I want to briefly run you through today's agenda before we get started. So just to recap on the first dialogue, during that dialogue, more than 130 participants explored what actions are needed to make food systems in the Mediterranean more sustainable and who needs to be involved in that process. Today's dialogue will build on the outcomes of the first dialogue and will help us to understand how these actions can be further developed and implemented to bring about transformative change in Mediterranean agri-food systems, which will ultimately advance progress towards the 2030 agenda in the region. As with the first dialogue, we will begin with opening remarks from representatives of Union for the Mediterranean, GIAM, and FAO, namely Ambassador Nassel Gamal, who is Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, Placido Plaza, Secretary General of GIAM, and Ismahan Eloufi, who is Chief Scientist at FAO. We then have the honor of listening to high-level keynote speeches from two of the national conveners who are also ministers within their country. So we will hear from His Excellency Khalid Hanaifat, who is Minister of Agriculture of Jordan and Jordan's Food Systems Summit Dialogue National Convener, and also His Excellency Aziz Akanouch, who is Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Rural Development, Water and Forests of Morocco, and also Morocco's Food Systems Summit Dialogue National Convener. Once we've heard the high-level keynote speeches, Professor Angelo Riccoboni, who is chair of the Prima Foundation, and Isabella Fratesi, who is International Conservation Director at WWF Italy, and who represent the co-leadership of the One Planet Network Sustainable Food Systems Programme, will then present us with the main findings of the first SFS Mediterranean Independent Dialogue, which was held, as I say, on the 27th of April. Subsequently, I will be back with you to introduce and to moderate a roundtable where Member State Food Systems Summit Dialogue conveners from 10 Mediterranean countries will exchange views and insights on the importance of the summit process for building transformation pathways at both country and regional level. We will then have 3 discussion panels, each discussing a potential enabler of action for more sustainable agri-food systems. But with that brief introduction, I'm very pleased now to give the floor to Ambassador Gamal, Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, coming live from Barcelona in Spain, to give his opening remarks. Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Mr. Morrison. And my greeting to all guests and speakers, and of course, to the 2 very high-level ministers who will be speaking after this session. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today at this event, discussing a very crucial topic for the Mediterranean region. We all know our region is facing major challenges. We are, as you all know, using more natural resources than our ecosystem can provide. The region is facing a climate emergency, warming 20% faster than the rest of the world. We're also facing an inadequate a job or unemployment challenge, with around 25% of our young population having difficulty finding employment. And to add to all of this, we have the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has definitely aggravated an already fragile situation in our region. However tragic the pandemic however tragic the situation is, the pandemic has also served as a reminder on how interlinked nature, energy, climate, health, and economy are. Indeed, all sectors on which we depend are not only increasingly connected, but growingly vulnerable. So a shift in our practices is essential, and this definitely includes rethinking unsustainable food systems. Just to give you an example, a coordinated approach between food practices and education could really offer alternatives to rural migration and livelihoods to our most fragile community, and also help us gaining skills in this key sector. So definitely an upgrade to the famous Mediterranean diet has to be seen as a vector for sustainable growth and a way to offer career opportunity to our youth. From the UFM, Union for the Mediterranean point of view, such a shift towards sustainable food system is in line with the specific call for action of our ministerial on environment and climate change that will take place in Egypt next October. It represents also an opportunity for both shores of the Mediterranean to achieve the ultimate goal of fostering the integration and the social economic development in our region. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is an opportunity for all of us to discuss needed actions to implement effective solutions towards a shift on lifestyle, habits, practice, and policies. The Mediterranean agenda on sustainable food system is much needed to realize our common target, that of a balanced ecosystem that provides healthy and affordable food for all, but also promotes economic growth and job creation. That's why today's meeting is a demonstration of our common commitment to our region's future as a whole, and we at UFM stand ready to further foster the regional dialogue, both through its operational regional dialogue platforms and the expected sustainable food system platform. I thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful meeting today.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I would now like to pass the floor to Placido Plaza, Secretary General of CIAM, for the opening remarks in his organization.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank all our partners, co-organizers of this second independent dialogue on enabling actions for more sustainable food systems in the Mediterranean, and particularly the member states dialogue conveners who have agreed to participate to this event. After the successful first web dialogue held last April, the collaboration between the FAO, the CIAM and the UFM, together with the Prima Foundation and the UN One Planet networks, offers us today a unique opportunity to bring together different but strongly convergent mandates to directly contribute to the summit's vision and objectives. We really hope that these dialogues will foster an inclusive discussion on future pathways for sustainable food systems in the Mediterranean, as well as commitment towards supporting the transformation in the line with the 2030 SDGs. So, thank you all for being with us today. The CIAM, you know, has since long prioritized activities on the sustainability of food production and consumption in the Mediterranean, and in particular on the sustainability of food system, using the Mediterranean diet as a case study for the assessment of this sustainability of Mediterranean diets. Sustainability of food systems involves the dynamics from land and sea to plate, and vice versa, but also, most important, specific issues of communities, territories, and their interrelationship. Indeed, in SIAM, we think that food systems cannot be well understood if we overlook the interconnections between the social, the economic, health-related, cultural, political, as well as environmental dimensions they induce. Today, it appears clearly that food systems we are now shaping will determine the lives of our future generation. Therefore, we have to be aware of the heavy collective responsibility that we bear, in particular to youth and women, whose potential as a force for proposals and a catalyst for innovation is clearly underutilized. Addressing the current unsustainable trends and interconnected challenges facing the region and their impact on resource management, on food production and dietary patterns will require innovative approaches and initiatives based on research and innovation, the development of employable skills, as well as the implementation of concrete actions on the ground. And this even more with the crisis linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, which will aggravate certain vulnerabilities. Being aware of this imperious necessity of our food systems transformation, SIAM, with FAO and UFM, is strongly supporting the co-development of the SFS Med platform as a multi-stakeholder initiative. We hope that this platform will play a significant role in strengthening regional collaborations and interregional dialogue on both shores, helping redesigning tomorrow's food systems and triggering collective and context-specific multi-stakeholders action on the ground at the country level. As I mentioned before, SIAM has focused on our common valuable heritage, the Mediterranean diet, as a powerful lever for inclusion, bridging sustainable food consumption and production, and promoting job creation. So, in this line, we are considering the perspective of organizing the Third World Conference of the Mediterranean Diet in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, if one thing appears clearly to all of us now, it is that addressing the agricultural and food challenges facing the region will require more than ever a stronger regional cooperation, and that's why today our institutions are standing together. I wish you a fruitful meeting, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Placido. For our final opening remarks, I will now pass the floor to Ismahan Elouafi, who is Chief Scientist at FAO. Ismahan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And let me first thank the two colleagues that spoke just before me, His Excellency Nasser Kamel, the Secretary General of Union for Mediterranean, and His Excellency Placido Plaza, the Secretary General of SIAM. With both organizations, FAO has signed an MOU for more sustainable food system in the Mediterranean only a few months ago in January. I would like also to thank very profusely both His Excellency Khalid Hanifat, the Minister of Agriculture in Jordan, as well as His Excellency Aziz Akhnouch, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries in Morocco. And we really thank them for their engagement as two countries from the Mediterranean for this dialogues. I would like also to thank SFS Med Coordination Desk, who went really the extra mile to make the two dialogues possible, and all the participants for being here today. And as you said, Jamie, really nice to hear that many of the people that were with us at the first dialogue are coming back to have a further dialogue and further discussion. FAO is really honored to convene the second SFS Mediterranean Independent Dialogue on Pathways for the Future of Sustainable Food System in the Mediterranean area, with our partners from SIHAM, UFM, PRIMA, and the One Planet Network SFS program. This dialogue, as a follow-up to the first dialogue held in 27th April, is key for strengthening effective cooperation towards sustainable food system in the whole Mediterranean basin. In the wake of the global crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic, food systems are even more under strain than before, with threats to the economies, to jobs, to food security, to nutrition security, and to the natural resource environment, as very clearly mentioned by the two colleagues earlier. As emerged during the first dialogue, the Mediterranean area is no exception to these challenges. Rapidly changing consumption and production patterns in the context of a growing human pressure and urbanization, climate change, and decline of ecosystems. Complex interdependent challenges call for holistic, cross-sectorial, and interdisciplinary solutions. I always say that we are simplifying nature. Nature is complex, nature is interconnected, and that's why our solution has also to be complex and interconnected. But solutions and action on their own are not enough. They need all stakeholders to cooperate in an organized way toward a shared goal of making food systems more sustainable and more inclusive and more resilient. I'm really very pleased to see how the SFS Med dialogues have succeeded in bringing together such a broad range of diverse stakeholders, including Food Systems Summit member state dialogue conveners from countries across the region to share their precious knowledge and solid experience to understand how partnership, how finance, and how awareness and capacity building, among others, can be leveraged in order to make our agri-food system in the Mediterranean region more sustainable. The Food Systems Summit offers an excellent opportunity to foster such dialogues and cooperation among stakeholders and between countries. In the Mediterranean region, the upcoming scientific group-led Science Days that is facilitated and hosted by FAO on the 8th and 9th of July will offer a very unique opportunity to take stock of the science and evidence-based and the gaps as well, also engage in dialogues and share experiences around science-based action and solution. As I said, it's organized by the scientific committee, and the purpose is really to bring science, technology, and innovation at the center of the discussion and bring it up to the other scientific community and to policymakers and to the society to discuss how science can help us design better agri-food system. Beyond the summit itself, we have the opportunity also to keep the momentum to move ahead through such collaborative pathways from strategy to action. Let us use today's dialogue as a stepping stone to support such a process toward the achievement of the SDGs. I would also like to emphasize that this work will by no means be limited to these two dialogues. On the contrary, these events are paving the way for the inception of the SFS Med platform, the multi-stakeholder initiative currently under co-development by FAO, SIHAM, and UFM as an affiliated project of the One Planet Network SFS program. The platform will be a strategic initiative that aims at fostering a sense of community, bringing together all relevant stakeholders across the Mediterranean to develop and adopt an innovative and science-based framework of action and cooperation to support the transition toward more sustainable food system. This will also strengthen the science policy society interface around food systems in the region, starting from a common understanding of their complexities, a common understanding of the trades-off and of synergies, and also the specific context of the Mediterranean. Foreseen as game-changing solution to integrate different dimension and networks initiative under a common sustainable food system approach, the concept of SFS Med platform is fully in line with the summit vision and principles. The joint endeavor is promoting a common narrative that will put food system at the center of the efforts to achieve SDGs, fostering engagement and coordinated advocacy and coordinated communication. The countries and the stakeholders who are participating in this dialogue, and I'm really glad to see so many of them at different levels contributing today, they have the opportunity to be actively involved in the inception of this ambitious collaborative effort. The outcomes of the two SFS Med independent dialogue will be instrumental to the collective development of the SFS Mediterranean Platform Program of work for the coming years and towards 2030. I wish all the participants all the best in this venture, and I am confident that together we'll be able to strengthen the science, policy, action, and partnership to ensure that sustainable food systems contribute to a better future in the Mediterranean region and beyond. Thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to hear the two ministers from Jordan and Morocco. Over to you, Jamie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ismahan. And thank you again, Ambassador Kamel and Placido Plaza, for sharing your organization's perspectives. It really is great to see how SIAM, FAO, and the Union for the Mediterranean have been increasing their cooperation and joint efforts to help make food systems in the Mediterranean more sustainable. So we will now listen to the first high-level speech. This will be delivered by His Excellency Khalid Naifat, Minister of Agriculture of Jordan. And I understand this is a video address.
السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي أن أشارككم في هذا الحوار والذي يأتي في هذا الوقت الهام نظرا لما تتعرض له منطقتنا شأننا كبقية دول العالم من تحديات إضافية فرضتها طبيعة الإجراءات المتخذة في التعامل مع جائحة كورونا وآثارها على النظم الغذائية وسلاسل الإمداد. فقد شكلت جائحة فيروس كورونا كوفيد-19 صدمة اجتماعية واقتصادية لجميع دول العالم على وجه العموم والأردن على وجه الخصوص، حيث يواجه القطاع الزراعي تحديات ومتغيرات عديدة، أهمها شح المياه وتغير المناخ والازدياد السكاني الناجم عن موجات اللجوء المتتالية وارتفاع الطلب على الغذاء وأنماط سوء التغذية مما يستدعي توفير الغذاء الصحي والمستدام بموارد أقل، والاستعداد لتقلبات التغير المناخي في العالم والحد من سوء استخدام الموارد الطبيعية وزيادة الابتكار لتعزيز الإنتاج الزراعي وتشجيع المزارعين على اتباع نهج جديد في الزراعة. لا ننسى تعزيز القدرة لمواجهة المخاطر والأزمات المتعلقة بالتغير المناخي، لقد أكد تفشي فيروس كورونا أكثر من أي وقت مضى أهمية وحاجة دول العالم للعمل معا ليس فقط لمكافحة الجائحة بل أيضا من أجل التصدي والتقليل من الآثار الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبيئية المترتبة عليها. الحضور الكرام، إن ملف الأمن الغذائي والنظم الغذائية يلقى اهتماما على كافة المستويات الوطنية في الأردن. وقد أشار جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني حفظه الله ورعاه منذ بداية جائحة كورونا إلى أهمية العمل بشكل جماعي لمعالجة ظاهرة الجوع وانعدام الأمن الغذائي، وقد شدد جلالته على ضرورة تبني التقنية الزراعية الحديثة للمساهمة في تحسين نوعية ووفرة الغذاء، كما أشار جلالته إلى أهمية الدور الذي يلعبه القطاع الزراعي والتصنيع الغذائي في الأردن من حيث قدرته على تعزيز سبل كسب العيش لحوالي ربع السكان باعتباره أحد أكبر مصادر توليد فرص العمل والتشغيل للشباب والنساء في مناطق الريف والبادية. ومنذ بداية الجائحة أثبت هذا القطاع حضوره بشكل كبير ضمن سلسلة التوريد العالمية، وهناك إمكانية لتوسعه بشكل أكبر بالمزيد من الاستثمار وزيادة الاعتماد على التكنولوجيا وتوفير مصادر التمويل الميسرة. ولقد عملت وزارة الزراعة ضمن استراتيجيتها للتعامل مع جائحة كورونا على وضع الخطط اللازمة لهيكلة وتنظيم القطاع الزراعي والمباشرة بالتحول الرقمي بما يتلائم مع منظومة الأمن الغذائي، وقد احتوت الخطة حوافز لزيادة سلاسل القيم والتصنيع الزراعي من خلال توفير بيئة استثمارية مناسبة لهذه الغاية بتأسيس مناطق صناعية بمناطق الإنتاج. إننا في الأردن ماضون قدما نحو تطوير منظومة وطنية شاملة تقوم على أسس تمكين إنتاج الغذاء المستدام وتعزيز الإنتاج المحلي وتنمية الشراكات الدولية لتنويع مصادر الغذاء وتفعيل التشريعات والسياسات التي تساهم في وضع الأمان الغذائي كأولوية في كافة الظروف والمراحل، من خلال التركيز على استخدام التقنيات المبتكرة وتكنولوجيا إنتاج الغذاء بما يساهم في استقرار وتنوع سلسلة الامداد الغذائية، والحد من جميع أنواع الحد وسوء استغلال الموارد الطبيعية وضمان سلامة الغذاء وتحسين نظم التغذية وتعزيز القدرة لمواجهة المخاطر والأزمات المتعلقة بالتغير المناخي والأمن الغذائي. الحضور الكرام، ولتحقيق ذلك فقد تم دعوة العديد من أصحاب المصلحة من خلفيات وقطاعات مختلفة للمشاركة في هذه الحوارات، حيث كان المشاركون من مختلف الجهات ذات العلاقة بالنظم الغذائية من المزارعين والمشغلين في صناعة الأغذية والمنظمات الغير الحكومية والنشطاء والمؤسسات البحثية والأكاديمية وطلاب الجامعات والجمعيات النسوية واتحاد المزارعين والنقابات المهنية الزراعية والبيطرية وتجار التجزئة والجملة والبلديات ووسائل الإعلام والبرلمان وغرف التجارة والصناعة، بالإضافة إلى ممثلين عن القطاع الحكومي. قدمت هذه المجموعات المتنوعة من أصحاب المصلحة نظرة شاملة للأنظمة الغذائية، حيث تبادل المشاركون وجهات النظر المتنوعة وتمكنوا من تحديد المشاكل والتحديات واقتراح الحلول القابلة للتطبيق والتوسيع. وأخيرا، فإننا في الأردن كجزء من حوض البحر المتوسط وبصفتنا الرئيس المشترك للاتحاد من أجل المتوسط سنسعى لتعزيز التعاون مع كافة الدول المتوسطية من خلال المشاريع الإقليمية للمحافظة على النظم الغذائية المتنوعة والمتوازنة لشعوبنا، وكذلك سنعمل إقليميا للحد من غزو العادات والنظم الغذائية غير المستدامة وتعزيز التحول إلى نظم غذائية تتلائم وتستجيب لمتطلبات التغذية والظروف الاقتصادية والاجتماعية لشعوبنا. إن ذلك يشمل بالضرورة تحسين الوعي والتدريب ومواءمة وتعديل السياسات والتشريعات، بالإضافة إلى حزمة التدخلات الفنية الأخرى. شاكرا لكم جميعا حسن استماعكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Excellency, Minister of Agriculture of Jordan. Now, unfortunately, I'm informed that we're unable to show the second high-level speech which we'd expected from His Excellency, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Rural Developments, Water and Forests of Morocco. Should that become possible during the event, we will find a time to show that, but my apologies for that. We seem to have a technical issue around that one at the moment. So with that, I would just like to thank again very much all of those who've provided the opening remarks and the high-level addresses, which I think has been very helpful in setting the scene for today's dialogue. A number of aspects which have been touched on by a number of those speaking, such as the key role that the Mediterranean diet can play as a driver, its ability to bridge the sustainable consumption and production, and so on. So I think we've got a lot to build on as we move forward. But to provide further building blocks, we now turn to Isabella Pretesi and Angela Riccoboni, who are going to provide us briefly with a recap of the main findings of the first SFS Mediterranean Independent Dialogue held on the 27th of April. So first, Isabella, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me well.
You may need to turn your volume a little bit up.
Let's see if I can do that.
That was better.
Okay, I will try to speak closer to the microphone so that it will be better. First of all, thank you for, I'm very happy to being here and on behalf of the One Planet Network. And I will share with you, my task today is to share with you the outcomes and the focus of the first dialogue. I'm not sure if I can see my presentation. Okay, there it is. So I don't have much time, so I will very quickly go through these slides. And as a first slide,
Isabella, I think you may be on mute.
Yes, thank you. I don't know how it turned off. Okay, so gosh, I don't know how to go manage the presentation. Okay, this is the first slide. And the first slide is just to give you a very quick overview of how the first dialogue was very well attended. We had a good participation from more than 20 countries, a wide range of sectors and stakeholder groups. And I think this is very important and made it a very successful dialogue. Then the following slide is about the focus of a dialogue, because the first dialogue was conceived around 4 key objectives, and the first, which are summarized in this slide. The first objective is about building a common understanding of the complexity of sustainable food system with a specific focus on the Mediterranean. We all know how the Mediterranean is diverse, is rich in terms of food systems, and how much we need to address sustainability simultaneously through the 3 pillars, which are society, economy, and environment. This is very important. Then the second focus, the second objective was about identifying pathways to cope with the many challenges we have in the Mediterranean by using science and local knowledge. And I just want to highlight how important is local knowledge in the Mediterranean, because we know that the local knowledge over generation has adapted to crises, to changes, and is a huge heritage we have, and we should build upon this knowledge to go in the direction of sustainability. Then it has been very important to consider that we need to engage a wide network of stakeholders, and in the framework of a green, blue, and circular economy, where circular economy is not only about technology, it's not only about food waste reduction and recycle, but circular economy is also about building circular value food chains where actually consumers are connected to producer, for instance, or citizens to farmers. I think this is extremely important. And then last but not least, which was very well achieved during the first dialogue, is that we need to consider the food system from a multi-perspective approach, having different entry points as we did during the first dialogue. Then these are the findings. Of course, it is very difficult in few minutes just to list all the findings, which were very relevant and very interesting. So what we did is to cluster them under a key concept. So we have 4 key concepts, which I will present to you, inside of which we have many findings that were collected during the 8 discussion sessions. So the first finding is about, the first concept is about the relevance of producers, farmers, and consumers that are all fundamental actors to achieve together many, many things for the sustainability of the food system. Then we have also the importance and the emerging paradigm of a green, blue, and circular economy that can do a lot for sustainability. It can ensure efficient and sustainable use of natural resources, including water and land. It can address key challenges such as carbon sequestration and biodiversity protection, and so on and so forth. I don't have time to read the full list, but of course we are free to access the full document online. And then it's not a surprise that we have the Mediterranean diet. Mediterranean diet has been highlighted as one of the levers of change for bridging sustainable consumption and production, because Mediterranean diet is not only about favoring healthy food habits, but it's also about environment protection and social and cultural identity. We believe that the Mediterranean diet in the Mediterranean is a crucial tool to foster sustainability. And then last but not least are cities and urban policies. They are extremely relevant to sustainable food systems. These ecosystems, the cities, are the fastest growing ecosystems in the planet. So they must play and they can play a crucial role toward sustainability in the food systems. They could favor positive producers and consumers relations. They could favor local food chains, raise a greater awareness, enhance the achievement of specific targets. So all that can be achieved within these huge ecosystems. And this is my last slide. And thanking you for listening and following my very quick presentation. I just want to leave you a very quick message from my side. I believe that the food system is the most important system to our well-being and is also crucial to the future of the biosphere. We now know that the food system is responsible for the loss of 80% of the loss of biodiversity worldwide. So I know we can do a lot. I know that we can do together a lot. And I really invite you to use these dialogues as a very important meetings where to really steer and achieve a pace forward in the direction of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabella. And without any delay, I'll pass straight over to Angelo, please, for your presentation.
Thank you, Jamie. And Isabella was very precise to highlight which were the thematic issues found during the first meeting. And I will focus on which are the cross-cutting aspects which emerged at the first meeting. So as also Isabella mentioned, we have when we talk about food systems, they need to be concerned about cross-cutting aspects. So the cross-cutting aspects that were highlighted were the following. The next, please. In particular, they were multi-stakeholder, the role of multi-stakeholder partnerships, finance and investment, innovation, sustainable technologies and digitalization, education, capacity, and awareness raising. So they were the four cross-cutting aspects which were highlighted. And within them, we underscore some specific issues. The next slide, please. If we talk about the first one, multi-stakeholder partnerships among shores and actors, what was seen was the role of inclusive platforms and networks as mechanisms to raise awareness, share lessons, ideas, co-create solutions, and foster collective actions. But also we need integrated policies and participatory governance. Everything should be in line with SDG 17 on the role of partnerships in order to bring together local and international dimensions as well as public and private dimensions. So we need bridges and cooperation between producers and consumers in a cross-sectoral as well as interdisciplinary manner. So the first main finding was about multi-stakeholder partnership. The next, please. The second one was about the role of finance and investment. So the key issue nowadays is the word of alignment. We need to align private actions, finance, and SDGs. This is the key task in front of sustainable food systems. We need to promote more commitments by private actors, and this is something that was also raised by, it is raised also by the Food System Summit policy and ideas. We need to support small farmers, enterprises, to incorporate the needed transformations. We cannot leave them alone in this transitional phase. So we need to be sure that they have the necessary support. Farmers are key for the future of food systems, so we need to support them. Also, we need to make sure that they have a right support for livelihood and competitiveness. So we need to make for them less risky to deal with the transition. The next, please. The third issue was about innovation. We need to open up small enterprises, farmers, to the innovation ecosystem. As chair of PRIMA, I know very well what it means. We need to make it sure that even smaller companies, smaller farmers are able to get into the innovation ecosystem. We need to build up new roles, new structures. We need to have the possibility to create new professional figures and new alliances. The next, please. So the last issue that we have to consider is the issue of education capacities and awareness raising. And also this is something that was highlighted during our first meeting. In particular, it is very important to promote skills acquisition because, as my dear friend Nasser Kamel said at the beginning, we need to favor employability and economic inclusion also for youth and women. So the issue of capacity raising, capacity and awareness raising are so important that we need to be focused on that. So in order to do that, in order to deal with these issues, the next slide, please, it is important to work on the Sustainable Food System MED platform, which was mentioned before. And as we know, it will be developed by SIAM, FAO, and UFM as an affiliated initiative of the Open Planet Network in collaboration with PRIMA, and we are very pleased and honored to be part of this project. So I think that having this platform will be very important to push in the right direction and also to share the same holistic approach that we are also considering in this conference. So I would like to close here saying that in short, this method, the method based upon partnership, the method based upon working together is the only possible way to tackle challenges in front of us. And it is great to work together in this occasion. Thank you very much. And back to you, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, Angelo and Isabella. So I think these are very thorough and useful presentations which provide us with a great framing for today's dialogue. Angelo and Isabella have reminded us how crucial it is to foster a common understanding about the complexity of sustainable food systems in the Mediterranean, and also the need for a multi-perspective approach that goes beyond the usual disciplinary silos and is able to engage a wide network of stakeholders. The outcomes from the first dialogue that we held clearly point to a number of key action areas on which to focus our efforts, as well as some of the cross-cutting aspects which can help us to enable these actions for transformation of food systems in the region. Moreover, we also heard how strong cooperation among all stakeholders will be key to enable the concrete game-changing actions that have emerged during that first dialogue, with the Sustainable Food Systems Mediterranean platform featuring as a proposed solution to address many of these issues. The role of Mediterranean countries themselves is key in leveraging these cross-cutting aspects or enablers. And to elaborate on this role, we now have the honor of having with us today many of the conveners of the National Food System Summit dialogues from countries across the Mediterranean. And they will now join us in our next roundtable session. So to open this roundtable with the countries, the national conveners, I'll very briefly introduce each in alphabetical order of the country that they're representing. Firstly, from Albania, I'm very pleased that Valbona Paluca, the National Food System Dialogue Curator, has been able to join us. From Egypt, Ambassador Ihab Badawi, who is Assistant Minister for Multilateral Affairs and International Security in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. From France, we will hear from Miss Françoise Simon, who is head of the International Relations Division in the Europe and International Department, Directorate General of Economic and Environmental Performance of Businesses in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food. And she will be deputizing for Frédéric Lambert, the national convener, who unfortunately had to withdraw at the last minute. From Israel, Professor Noga Kronfeld-Shur, who is Chief Scientist in the Ministry of Environmental Protection, will provide Israel's perspective. From Italy, we're pleased to have Ambassador Giorgio Maripodi, Director General of the Development Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And please allow me here just to take this opportunity to thank the government of Italy as host of the upcoming pre-summit event in Rome, which is kindly sponsoring these dialogues through the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forestry Policies, and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. So thank you through you, Ambassador Maripodi, to the government of Italy. From Malta, I'm very pleased that John Bustil, Director of the Global Issues, Directorate General Global Issues, International Development and Economic Affairs, Ministry for Foreign and Economic and European Affairs, is able to join us today. From Spain, Mr. Samuel Juarez Casado, Special Advisor at the General Secretariat for Agriculture and Food of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food. And from Tunisia, Mr. Abderrahman Shafai, who is Special Advisor to the Ministry of Agriculture, Water Resources and Fisheries. And from Turkey, Ms. Aylin Şalayan Ujan, and apologies for my pronunciation, Director General of the European Union and Foreign Relations, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. So we have, as you can see, a very rich composition for this panel session of National Food System Summit Dialogue conveners. And following your appointment as national conveners, the Food System Dialogue process has been initiated in many countries across the Mediterranean region. And this is with a view to engaging multiple stakeholders in the development of pathways towards more sustainable food systems. This identification requires that we identify the constraints that are currently faced in achieving food system objectives and in assessing the alternative approaches to addressing these. Tackling food systems as a whole is obviously a challenge that we all face, but it also presents new opportunities for collaborative action, both at the national and subnational levels, but also as well between countries at the regional and international levels. So to initiate this panel, I'm going to ask all of you one question, the same question, and I would then turn to each of you in turn to provide your perspectives on that question. So what do you see emerging from the national dialogues, or indeed the summit process as a whole, in terms of the key priorities and constraints that are facing your countries? And what role do you see for greater regional cooperation across the Mediterranean in addressing these priorities and constraints? And firstly, I'd like to hand the floor to Ms. Valbona Paluca from Albania. You have the floor.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead, you have the floor.
Well, okay, thank you very much. As you mentioned, I am speaking on behalf of Albanian convener, Ms. Ermira Gjeci, but I am the national curator for the dialogues in Albania. Albania has already had the first dialogue on 10th of June, and it was really successful. But from the other side, we have really a nice answer regarding the question you mentioned. Regarding the key priorities, we have put it in five directions. One of them is policy and governance. The establishment of strong partnership between government, local partners, businesses, farmers, academia, and education is very important. Multi-stakeholder dialogues and needs, analyzing to understand the motivation and needs of all stakeholders along the food systems. Integrated national strategy for development and integration. The National Development Strategy for Agriculture and Rural Development should include the sustainable food systems as well as sustainable use of natural resources such as land, water, forest, pasture, fisheries. Developing safety nets at the municipal level is very important to address food insecurity, households prone to food insecurity. Another priority is economy and business, to accelerate economic growth and reduce rural-urban disparities, promoting value chain development and agrotourism, in a meaning linking food production to tourism from farm to fork, via the short approach, via the short value chain, to integrate the social, environmental, and economic aspect of food systems and promote the local and organic products. Improvement in business environment and increase in investment of expanding rural entrepreneurship, branding and focus rural women's and youth. That's really a very a focal point for us. Education, capacity building, improvement of farmers' resilience by investing in financial literacy of small family farms, particularly among women, and adaptive and mitigation needs to deal with climate change. Development of from farm to the school was really a very nice point, to put it as a scheme to raise awareness and support education of school children on nutrition, vocation and education trainings programs, curricula. Another key priority is technology and research, supporting expanding digitalization and ITC, which can reduce barriers from small farmers by providing with up-to-date information and adopting appropriate measures. Development of traceability system to establish a food safety surveillance system, a very important point. Cost analysis for healthy nutrition to support policy on the sustainable food system. These are the key priorities coming through the first dialogue in Albania. Regarding the constraints, if I am continuing with that, or we can discuss during the first phase only about the priorities.
No, please go ahead, because of time constraints. We'll only have one opportunity.
Lack of partnership between government, local partners, businesses, farmers, academia, education, and limited platform for multi-stakeholder dialogues. Lack of legal framework on labeling and nutrition, or national guide for healthy food consumption and nutrition. Limited financial support schemes for smallholder farms to invest in food production and research management. Limited capacity in advisory services and vocation education training. Regarding the regional cooperation across the Mediterranean, this can be done via deeper integration of regional agro-food value chain, particularly in those sectors such as fishery, aquaculture, and blue economy, European West Balkan Green Agenda, fruits, olives, and viniculture for more rapid export growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Paluca, for your intervention and for highlighting some of the key priorities and constraints. I think particularly interesting were the importance of reducing rural-urban disparities and the potential that strengthening short value chains can play in that. And also not the difficulty, but the discussion which has to happen around the final point you made about regional cooperation, which often provides opportunities for greater integration of value chains across regions and even globally. So I think this is a very active debate about where and how we support food systems, at what level, short value chains versus longer value chains, the role of trade, etc. So thank you very much for highlighting those.
Thank you.
Our next speaker from Egypt, National Food Systems Summit convener from Egypt, will be Ambassador Badawi. So I will hand the floor to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. And let me start by telling you that I'm 7 days old in this capacity. But I will start by telling you how we really appreciate your initiative, and let me join the others in thanking the organizers of this important event, namely UFM, FAO, and SIAM. Egypt has launched its Food System National Dialogue in December 2020. We have convened 6 rounds of dialogue with a participation from around 20 different government bodies, including ministries, public institutions, and research centers. We have also started our coordination with UN organizations in Cairo, and we have convened 3 rounds of dialogue with 7 UN organizations, namely FAO, World Food Programme, IFAD, WHO, UNDP, UNICEF, and the UN Resident Coordinator. In addition, we are currently examining the best ways to engage private sector and civil society, as well as other non-governmental stakeholders. From the very beginning, Egypt's response and interaction with the UN Secretary General call to hold the UN FSS were based on a fundamental understanding. It is a national process, national ownership of both the planning and the outcomes of the national dialogue. The summit serves as undeniably important platform for member states to identify their own challenges and objectives. It should also focus on the common concerns and challenges facing developing and least developed countries, such as technology transfer, funding, sharing experience and best practices, as well as capacity building. The key challenges emerging from the national dialogue thus far include various constraints. On the supply side, I could name water scarcity, urbanization, and consequent land encroachment, and the high costs of land reclamation. While the main constraints on the demand side were the prevalence of unhealthy consumption patterns and the rapid population growth. And concerning the population growth, it might be worth telling that in Egypt, we have 2.7 million newborn Egyptians every year. This will make in a decade 27 million people. This is equivalent to the Australian population. So each 10 years, Egypt has to feed 27 more million people. These constraints continue to hinder the national endeavors to achieve food self-sufficiency, despite the remarkable national achievements in improving our food security quantitatively and qualitatively during the last years. I will say that nevertheless, the key finding of our national dialogue that I'm really keen to share with you today is the presence of significant trade-offs between the different objectives of the summit. For instance, seeking to ensure access for nutritious and healthy food for all will obviously lead to a more intensive use of natural resources. And as a result, we're aiming to develop a national strategy to transform Egypt's food system in a way that takes into consideration Egypt's particularities, circumstances, and minimize those evident trade-offs. I believe that some of those constraints are common with other Mediterranean countries, particularly in North Africa, and definitely it suggests that there is a tremendous potential for both regional cooperation and integration, as well as sharing experience, information, and best practice. I will definitely join my colleague from Malta talking about the technology transfer and how important it is. There is a need for expertise. I will say that, as mentioned before, we share lots of common Mediterranean products. Some countries might be sometimes competing, but this competition could be very beneficial to all of us. Complementarities definitely are there. And we believe in Egypt that we could definitely cooperate together, and this cooperation would help achieve better food systems for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I think you may, as you've said, be fairly new to this particular position, but I think from what you've said, you're building on a very strong process and a very inclusive process as well, which I think is great. Thank you also for highlighting the importance of trade-offs and considering trade-offs, and particularly the importance of doing so in the context of national priorities and constraints, because clearly the way that we address trade-offs will differ quite significantly across countries and contexts. But at the same time, as you say, there's much to be learned from the experience of different countries, and we really do hope that you join us in supporting the food system, Sustainable Food Systems Mediterranean platform as we take that forward to do exactly this sort of activity. So thank you again. Our next speaker is from France, Françoise Simon. Françoise, I'll hand the floor to you.
Merci. Bonjour à tous. Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien? Donc, tout d'abord,
oui.
Je tiens à excuser Frédéric Lambert, notre coordinateur, qui regrette de ne pouvoir être ici en raison d'une légère intervention chirurgicale et qui m'a demandé de le remplacer. En France, nous avons de nombreuses enceintes de concertation en matière d'agriculture et d'alimentation. Mais s'agissant des systèmes alimentaires et de leur durabilité, en fait, nous avons mené dès 2017, dès fin 2017, un large exercice de concertation dans le cadre de ce que nous avons appelé les États généraux de l'alimentation. L'objectif de cette concertation était de construire des solutions nouvelles pour une alimentation saine, durable, accessible à tous, tout en permettant à tous les acteurs de la filière de vivre dignement de leur métier. Car sans revenu, il n'y a pas de transition possible. Concrètement, cet exercice, il faut organiser d'une part avec une consultation publique qui a réuni 156 000 visiteurs, qui ont fait 170 000 contributions, et d'autre part, nous avons eu 14 ateliers sur des thématiques qui couvraient l'ensemble des systèmes alimentaires et surtout qui réunissaient toutes les parties prenantes. Donc concrètement, sur ces 14 ateliers, c'était 50 à 70 acteurs réunis plusieurs fois, des professionnels de la filière aux représentants de la société civile, en passant par des élus, les différents ministères, la recherche. de manière synthétique, hein, vu le temps qui nous est imparti, je dirais qu'il est ressorti des propositions autour de 3 grands axes. D'une part, assurer la souveraineté alimentaire. Il faut être clair, ce n'est pas le repli sur soi quand on parle d'assurer la souveraineté alimentaire. C'est d'abord pérenniser la capacité de production et puis réduire certaines fragilités liées à des dépendances trop fortes, notamment aux intrants et en particulier l'alimentation animale, tout en confortant la viabilité de nos exploitations et en les accompagnant dans la transition. L'autre axe, le deuxième axe, il s'agissait de promouvoir des choix alimentaires favorables pour la santé et respectueux de l'environnement, avec une approche qui conjugue, et je pense que ça réunit les nombre d'orateurs précédemment ont parlé de la diète méditerranéenne, mais quand on était sur la promotion des choix alimentaires, l'objectif c'était conjuguer équilibre nutritionnel et plaisir, tout en assurant un haut niveau de sécurité alimentaire et bien évidemment en soutenant des modes de production qui soient respectueux de l'environnement et du bien-être animal. Et enfin, le troisième axe était de réduire les inégalités d'accès à une alimentation de qualité et basée sur des modes de production durables, en favorisant le don, en s'appuyant sur la restauration collective et en développant l'information du consommateur. Il est important de souligner que la mise en œuvre de ce processus, qui, je le rappelle, datait de fin 2017, s'inscrit dans la durée et que concertation et adoption de nouvelles actions continuent encore aujourd'hui dans ce cadre qui est fixé par les États généraux de l'alimentation. Nous avons adopté une loi en 2018 et nous sommes en train aujourd'hui, avec de nouvelles discussions au Parlement, d'adapter et de combler en fait les biais qui sont apparus ou les manques. Et donc, on voit que c'est un perpétuel, cette immense concertation nous donne encore aujourd'hui matière à adopter des actions de manière à bien répondre aux enjeux et aux conclusions qui étaient sorties de cette concertation. Nous avons également développé des outils, que ce soit des outils de financement nécessaires quand on parle d'accompagner une transition, mais également des outils de partage d'informations, comme des plateformes. Je pense à une plateforme qui est en cours d'expérimentation sur la cantine, pour aider l'accompagnement des opérateurs pour une cantine, une restauration collective durable. Au-delà de ces propositions, si on avait des enseignements à tirer, et on se retrouve assez bien dans ce que les précédents orateurs ont dit, d'abord l'intérêt d'un dialogue ouvert qui rassemble tout le monde, qui permet de faire des points de convergence à partir d'une meilleure connaissance des réalités de l'ensemble des acteurs et de ce fait, une compréhension mutuelle. Il faut vraiment que tout le monde soit autour de la table. La nécessité aussi de faire face aux divergences qui émergent. Et c'est là qu'il est nécessaire d'avoir le politique qui décide, parce qu'il y a des équilibres à faire par rapport à des parties prenantes qui voudraient aller plus vite sur tel domaine, d'autres qui voudraient aller moins vite. Il faut décider à un moment d'un rythme de la transition. Il faut décider du choix des outils. Est-ce qu'on passe en mode obligatoire ou est-ce qu'au contraire, on préfère le mode volontaire? Les moyens mobilisés, que certains ont jugés trop forts, d'autres pas assez. Et il faut aussi tenir compte des contraintes données par le cadre européen ou international qui fixe un certain nombre de règles et sur lequel, si on veut le faire changer, il faut œuvrer au niveau européen, au niveau international, dans des calendriers qui nous sont donnés. Tout ça, il nous faut en tenir compte. Ce que l'on retient aussi, c'est l'importance du suivi, si on veut des résultats concrets et si on veut aussi s'adapter aux évolutions du contexte. Et la crise Covid nous a montré, notamment en matière de durabilité des systèmes alimentaires, combien il est nécessaire de savoir s'adapter. Et l'importance du suivi, c'est pour nous le fait d'avoir tenu compte des orientations qui étaient tirées des EGA, des États généraux de l'alimentation, quand nous avons adopté un plan de relance dans le cadre de la crise Covid. Par rapport au sommet des systèmes alimentaires, on observe qu'il se prépare avec un pré-sommet en juillet et le sommet en septembre. On a une profusion de propositions. Il nous semble important de souligner quelques basiques à ce stade. D'abord, les systèmes alimentaires, et beaucoup des orateurs précédents l'ont souligné, les systèmes alimentaires sont complexes. C'est pour ça que l'on parle d'approche systémique pour prendre en compte l'ensemble des dimensions. Si on veut des solutions partagées, il faut l'ensemble des acteurs autour du dispositif. Et par ailleurs, comme nous avons des objets complexes que sont un système agroalimentaire, il nous paraît important d'utiliser les instances reconnues et leurs travaux. Je pense en particulier à la FAO, au Comité de la sécurité alimentaire et son panel d'experts de haut niveau. Là, nous avons des experts qui connaissent leur domaine. On ne s'improvise pas expert. Donc, il faut que le sommet s'appuie sur les travaux, tels que, par exemple, je pense aux directives, les directives que les systèmes alimentaires et les directives, sur les systèmes alimentaires et la nutrition que le CSA vient d'adopter, tout comme les recommandations sur l'agroécologie. C'est à ces conditions-là, en s'appuyant sur les experts et sur des travaux reconnus, que les solutions qui émergeront des processus de concertation seront pertinentes. Il faut être attentif à prendre des solutions simples, ce qui ne veut pas dire simpliste, ce sont deux choses différentes, parce qu'il faut bien prendre en compte toutes les dimensions du système. Et bien évidemment, comme d'autres l'ont dit, on a besoin de la science, on a besoin de l'innovation. Enfin, vous nous interrogez sur le rôle que peut jouer une plus grande coopération régionale à travers la Méditerranée. Il y a d'abord pour nous tout le travail de coordination qui est essentiel, de partage d'informations dans un objectif de sécurité alimentaire, et je pense en particulier au cadre donné par Medamine. Certains l'ont cité aussi, il est très important, la coopération en matière de recherche, de développement, de formation, qui permet d'assurer un développement équilibré des territoires, qui va renforcer la place des jeunes et des femmes. Et nous avons vu, les orateurs précédents l'ont mentionné, combien c'est important dans la zone. Et c'est aussi cette connaissance partagée qui permet de lutter contre des fléaux communs. Et le fait de le faire de manière partagée nous permet d'être plus efficaces dans la zone. Je tiens aussi à saluer le travail qui a été déjà cité par les orateurs précédents sur la plateforme sur les systèmes alimentaires durables en Méditerranée, car elle va constituer une bonne base, car cette plateforme intègre la dimension multisectorielle, la dimension systémique et la dimension inclusive, qui sont des indicateurs, qui sont des critères importants si on veut justement des solutions partagées. Je veux également souligner ici qu'on partage une approche assez convergente des régimes alimentaires que vous avez appelé la diète méditerranéenne, qui allie à la fois certes une dimension nutritionnelle, mais aussi une dimension culturelle. Et c'est ça qui est très important et qui nous fait nous rassembler autour de la diète méditerranéenne. Et pour nous, le SIAM peut être un lieu de coopération accrue sur ces thématiques. Je pense notamment à cette dimension culturelle de la diète méditerranéenne, pour faire valoir un point de vue commun de ce qui nous rassemble vis-à-vis d'une communauté internationale, plutôt anglo-saxonne on va dire, mais qui va dans certains cas considérer l'alimentation uniquement sous l'angle nutritionnel en oubliant la dimension culturelle et patrimoine de cette alimentation. Nous avons des choses à partager et il y a de quoi développer des coopérations pour valoriser cette approche et la conforter. Et cette plateforme qui est initiée constitue de toute évidence une bonne base. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simon. And you know, you've raised many issues in your presentation, so thank you for that. But just to pick out a couple of them briefly, you started by making the point of the point about the importance of food sovereignty and giving priority to national considerations, but also the fact that any actions at national level have to take place within regional cooperation frameworks. And within the EU, obviously, the Farm to Fork is one framework which will guide actions in relation to food system development. So I think that's an important point. You also mentioned the importance of building on agreements and work which has already been done, which I think we're not starting from scratch, is a very important thing to keep in mind as we move forward with the development of food systems. And finally, the point you make about culture, which I think all of us take very well. The Mediterranean has that in strength, perhaps in comparison to some other parts of the world. But yeah, this is very important as we build a platform to really integrate the aspect of culture along with economic, other societal and environmental considerations. So thank you very much. I'll now pass the floor to our National Food System Summit Dialogue convener from Israel, Professor Noga Kronfeld-Shor. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to say that I didn't participate in the first dialogue you had, and based on what I heard, it was fascinating. So thank you very much for inviting me to participate in the second one. And I hope this is a first of, so this is the second, and that there will be other dialogues in the future. I think this is extremely important, especially for Israel, because we must find ways to collaborate with our surrounding countries. So I'll start by saying that we already had 15 dialogues with about 100 participants in each. And after each 5 dialogues, we had an integration meeting with about 100 participants from all the dialogues in order to integrate the information. And next week, we are going to have a summary meeting to conclude from all the dialogues process. I think that there are some issues that were raised that are typical for Israel, but some are important for all the other countries in the Mediterranean. So I'll start by saying that Israel is a very small and densely populated country with rapid population growth. We heard about the population growth from Egypt, and more than half of its more than half of the Israel is desert, and moreover, as all the other countries in the world, we're facing a global warming, which means desertification and lack of water, and therefore there is a need for highly efficient, innovative precision agriculture, which will reduce the use and harm to natural resources, including water and land on one hand, and on the other hand, the use of pesticides and fertilizer, and increase yields, be more efficient. So in terms of water, Israel was actually facing a water shortage for many years, and water is considered the property of the state. We use an integrated water resource, and for example, sewage water is considered the water source in Israel, which is something that I think could be adopted by other countries. About 55% of our water consumption is to agriculture, and 55% of it is from treated sewage water. 39% of the water we use go to households, and about 60 to 70% of Israel's drinking water is desalinated seawater. Only 1% is used for, is released to nature. And we think that the use of treated water in agriculture and desalinated water in households should increase, and more water should be released to nature. And in relation to water, I think that as seawater become a valuable water source for drinking, I think that countries that don't have access to the sea should get water from countries that don't have access to this resource. And further, I think that the methods of using or reusing treated sewage water can be transferred to many other countries, and sewage water should be used as a resource, as a valuable resource. We also think that there's a need for more sophisticated data-based combined and nature positive use of pesticides and fertilizers. It should be developed and employed. And in order to save open spaces, there's a need to develop urban agriculture, vertical agriculture, and aquaculture. And there's a need to develop more efficient agriculture in nature. We should also set priorities in agriculture. For example, preference to the production of food for humans rather than food for animals, and reduce the growth of exotic fruits and vegetables. Our goal is that most fruits and vegetables consumed in Israel will be produced in Israel. But we are realistic and realistically thinking that we won't be able to produce all the fruits and vegetables we consume, or the meat and dairy alternative proteins, including plant-based proteins and cultivated meat, milk, and eggs, which can contribute to closing the gap between the limited production capacities in Israel and the demand, while at the same time reducing ecological footprints of food systems. We also found that there's a lack of knowledge at all levels that hinders a change towards sustainable food production and consumption. We think it is vital that the regulators systematically collect information and supervise its accuracy, reliability, and availability to all stakeholders, including consumers, to allow building knowledge-based food systems, which include production, processing, and consumption. This information should include health information, but also external environmental and social costs. We found that stakeholders face conflict of interest between their productivity demands and the need to ensure sustainable, safe, accessible, and healthy food system. And this should be overcome by incentives for sustainable food production and processing, and entailing the external costs to non-sustainable production. There's also a need to establish new connections between all relevant stakeholders, especially governmental bodies and professionals in the health, agriculture, and environmental protection sectors in order to fulfill the One Health approach. We also found that in many cases, policies and regulations are not synchronized. So they should be, we recommended forming an intragovernmental committee that will ensure that policies and regulations are synchronized, complementary, proportional, understandable, and accessible and transparent. Currently, food insecurity in Israel is largely viewed as a poverty and welfare issue, whose solution is to increase participation in the workforce and encourage earning in the long term. And in parallel, increasing free market competition and food import to reduce prices. However, health, agriculture, and environment are considered irrelevant to the problem. And we think that solution to food insecurity should take into account all facets of sustainable food systems in order to be sustainable. And lastly, all actions should be accompanied by an education and public awareness campaigns to promote the understanding of what sustainable food systems are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And I think it's great to be able to learn from some of the innovations that have been made and implemented over decades in Israel, as you face many of these challenges that other countries are increasingly facing around water scarcity, population growth, etc. I think one of the other points you brought out towards the end was the importance of a focus on One Health, which really does require this integration across different parts of society, different parts of government, if we're to get that one right and to really ensure that we move forward these food systems to deliver for people and for the planet in terms of our sort of own health and also the planetary health. So thank you very much. I'll now pass quickly to Malta, to Mr. John Boustil. Mr. Boustil, you have the floor for your intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for organizing
we
this
don't
meeting.
hear your volume very well. Maybe speak a little closer.
Is it better now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much for organizing this meeting, and thank you for inviting me. I think it's important at the outset to recall what we're trying to do here. That is the call of the UN Secretary General, who called for the summit to unleash the power of food and deliver progress on all the 17 SDGs. In Malta, we have to admit that we started late. There were challenges on which ministry was going to be in the lead, and I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I was only appointed on the 26th April. So in the last 2 months, we held 4 inter-ministerial consultations, first starting small, and then they were widening progressively. And now we have fixed a date for the first national dialogue open to the public and to NGOs and civil society for the 9th of and it's titled Lifestyle Changes Towards Sustainable Food Systems. There was originally a reference in the title even on the Mediterranean diet and to place it within the region, but this was strongly resisted by especially the Ministry of Agriculture, because the argument was that not many people understand what the Mediterranean diet is these days, and that their recent work does not reference the Mediterranean diet at all, so we had to drop that. Instead, the focus of the concept note for the upcoming dialogue is to address the issue of obesity in children especially. We needed a topic which would attract people's attention and where we could mobilize action. And as a country, the incidence of child obesity is very high. This was one of the findings of a World Health Organization study on health behavior in school-aged children done in 2017 and 18, published only last year. And among the evidence presented, it showed that the numbers of obesity have increased over the previous 3-year period, and the obesity is more prevalent in boys rather than girls, and that Malta ranks amongst the bottom 3 countries in daily vegetable consumption, with only 1 every 4 children reporting eating vegetables daily. Sweet consumption, on the other hand, is high, with 37% of 11-year-olds saying that they eat sweets daily, a habit that has shown an upward trend compared to previous studies. And these worrying facts, we wanted to identify something which we could address, try to make an impact in our dialogue and the progress towards the summit. We already, experts are telling us, is symptomatic of a food environment that is highly obesogenic, which includes ready access to highly processed nutrient-poor foods, high in saturated trans fats and sugars, refined grains, refined starch, and salt. And it steers us away from consuming tasty meals and snacks in a suitable portion size made from whole foods or minimally processed foods to meet our nutrient needs. In the concept note, we argue that as an island with a Mediterranean food culture, this problem should be one that we are able to solve. We underline that the challenge is not only that of producing fresh vegetables or eating fresh fish, it's also a question of making healthy and nutritious food the natural option for children and their parents by creating the right food ecosystem. Healthy food needs to be available, appetizing, convenient, and reasonably priced. Another challenge faced relates to our dependence on imports. Malta, a small island in the middle of the Mediterranean, we have limited agriculture, around 2% of our economy, and 80% of the island's food requirements are imported. We have a high population. Malta, a member of EU member states, internal markets very easy to import food, especially from other EU members, and coupled with the challenges relating to geographic specificities, our local food supply will always have to be complemented by imports. Thus, any strategy aimed at addressing childhood obesity needs to consider both local food production and imports. It is also important to address systemic weaknesses and threats around market failures, market barriers, sector vulnerabilities, regulatory and institutional challenges, while enhancing our efforts to create a food system that is fairer, healthier, more environmentally friendly, and one which rewards farmers appropriately, which we really underline. we acknowledge in the preparation for the dialogue that the contributing factors which give rise to childhood obesity are diverse. Addressing the issue holistically requires measures which address environmental factors and lifestyle choices. That said, strategies which aim to provide healthy food to children will need to play a major role. Nevertheless, our efforts will all be in vain if healthy and nutritious food is not sought after by children and their parents. And in this regard, educational efforts as well as other policy changes are key to bring about a dynamic shift in our food choices. One point I would like to make is that initially there was some resistance to organizing this dialogue because some government officials were concerned that this would create a platform for people to come out and criticize what was not being done or what they considered was not being done properly. So, you know, I mean, they said it's not the right time, you know, it's never the right time. So you know, I mean, there were some concerns about that. But we pushed back and we made the point that, of course, there's a bigger call, there's a summit, it's part of a global initiative. And it's important to understand that it's not just Malta, it's not just within the region that there's this initiative going on regionally, but also being done globally within the UN. And we also underlined that we need to look forward. We need to see where we need to be by 2020, 2030, when the timeline for the Sustainable Development Goals is concluded. Finally, in regards to your question on what do I see in terms of greater regional cooperation to address key priorities and constraints faced by my country, I would say that this is indispensable, that there's more regional cooperation. As mentioned before, Malta imports around 80% of our island's food requirements, and a significant amount of these imports come from other Mediterranean EU member states and from our southern Mediterranean partners. Addressing systemic weaknesses and threats around market failures, market barriers, sector vulnerabilities, and regulatory and institutional challenges can only be done through increased regional cooperation. In this regard, we would welcome discussions towards the inception of the proposed Sustainable Food System MED platform, which is proposed to be a multi-stakeholder initiative currently under co-development by CEM, FAO, and Union for the Mediterranean, as an affiliated project of the One Planet Network Sustainable Food Systems. By means of this collaborative nature, we understand that this platform will develop a context-specific framework for collaboration and cooperation on sustainable food systems in the Mediterranean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Busuttil. And thank you for sharing some of the insights on the process itself. I think, you know, one of the first points you made was the time it took to identify the lead ministry. And in fact, that's what we've seen across many of the countries who are now undertaking dialogues. It took time, and I think that in itself has been an important part of the process, to have that discussion within government, within countries, to identify who needs to be involved in taking forward the transformation of food systems. But just to pick up on one of the other points you made, I think about the importance of focusing on something which attracts attention and makes a difference. In this case, obesity in children. And I think one interesting observation, I think you mentioned Malta being an island economy and having to import a very high proportion of its food consumption needs. I mean, as you will know, this is something which is shared across island states throughout the world. This challenge of high levels of import dependence on the one hand, and also high levels of obesity, overweight and obesity, and NCDs on the other. So I think there is a lot to learn again, both within the region, but also outside the region as well, as to how best to address that. So thank you again very much. We now turn to Spain for the insights from Mr. Juarez Caicedo, who is the National Food System Summit Dialogue Curator for Spain. So over to you, Mr. Caicedo.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this session. I wasn't in the last dialogue in April, but I believe that I will be in the future. Well, up to now, we have held 2 national dialogues in Spain, several independent dialogues also, which were all of them very interesting, with a wide participation and with a very diverse participation, which is an important characteristic. We discussed many of the issues we have been already mentioned here. I don't want to be redundant, but I will try to just to highlight the most relevant or the most important in my opinion. One of them is the discussions and the deliberations around the right to food. The right to food, how to make it effective, how to ensure that the entire population can eat in a healthy and nutritious way. How to make healthy eating affordable for everyone. And around this issue, the discussions were, in my opinion, quite interesting, because we heard opinions around the need to make the right to food upper in the political agenda in our country, to introduce it even in our constitution. Some voices demanding why, if the state is guaranteeing some of the public goods to people, like education, like health services, why not more involvement of the states in guaranteeing the right to a nutritious food? Well, this is something that is especially interesting when we talk about, for example, the problem with child nutrition. States are involved in protecting children in many ways, but maybe states need to become more directly involved in protecting the nutrition of children. So this is a very interesting and very, in our opinion, a very transcendent question. We also talked a lot about the need to expand our efforts to protect family farming, of course, and the small producers, to ensure that producers get a fair share in the value chain. We are producing some legislation at this moment regarding this issue. We have discussed a lot about how we should reorient public incentives in order to make food systems more sustainable. Also, I mean, not only talking about subsidies, but also regarding taxes. How can we make that the whole food system works more properly using these public incentives? And on the environmental side, we are very clear that our food systems need to be completely sustainable. And this includes climate neutrality, even the food system functioning as carbon sinks. And it includes also the ways to reduce the use of inputs, mainly pesticides, antimicrobials, the reduction of the excess of nutrients in the soils, the more efficient use of water, all kind of techniques, all kind of ways to make all these inputs function more efficiently. And there is a reflection that we also already mentioned here, which is that we all are for a more ecological production and more ecological functioning of our food systems, but we are also concerned that with current technologies, organic production is usually less efficient than conventional production. And we need to produce more food, not less. And this is something that which have bear in mind at all times. It is estimated that for 2050 we will have to produce 60–70% more food than now. So this is a great challenge, and the only way we have to produce more without damaging the planet is to make it more efficiently. And for that, the technology, the innovation is the key. We don't find any other response really to this question. So one of the main conclusions also from our national dialogues process is that it is necessary to promote innovation in food production. We need in food production, in transformation, in consumption even. We need to create instruments, both public and private. We need to increase investments. We need a strategy regarding this innovation, the use of the resources we have for that. And in this task, we also believe that cooperation and of course regional cooperation in the Mediterranean is essential. We believe that strengthening this cooperation between the Mediterranean countries, which share many of the realities of food production and many of the problems, also will have the opportunity to share most of the solutions. And in this regard, we give big importance to the way of how to bring these innovations to the producers, to small producers. This is crucial. We believe that the cooperation must involve research organizations and how to advance and support each other, but also at the ways to bring innovation and technical progress to small farmers and family farms. This is also, from our point of view, the key to expand this innovation, to make this innovation also inclusive. And last, we in the dialogues, we saw that most of participants are aware of the complexity of food systems, and in this regard, they highlighted that sustainability, to make complete and full sustainability must be in the three ways. So there must be environmental, social, and economic. These are the main findings. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juarez Caicedo. I think a couple of points that you brought out in your intervention. Firstly, the need to look again at public incentives in order to guide food systems onto a more sustainable pathway, but also the importance of innovation, and particularly innovation looking to increase levels of efficiency in agroecological approaches, and what we can learn also from what we've seen in other parts of the world. In that respect, I'd also draw participants' attention to the chat function where a couple of interesting posts in relation to agroecological approaches have been placed, along with many other interesting interventions. So please do take a look at the chat when you have a chance. Okay, I'm now turning to Tunisia, to Mr. Shafai, for your perspectives on how the process of dialogue is going in your country. You have the floor.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde. D'abord, je vous félicite d'avoir organisé donc ce dialogue indépendant, et aussi je vous félicite d'avoir associé la Tunisie donc à partager avec vous le débat de ce dialogue indépendant. Nous avons effectivement, comme la plupart des pays, entamé un peu notre réflexion, notre concertation sur les systèmes alimentaires, peut-être un peu tard par rapport au calendrier prévu, mais on a fini par se rattraper. c'est le ministère de l'Agriculture en ma personne qui a été chargé de cette fonction de coordonner cette concertation. Mais du fait qu'on est à l'agriculture, nous n'avons pas voulu traiter la question du système alimentaire de la façon classique que d'habitude on traite en termes de sécurité alimentaire, parce que nous avons toujours raisonné en termes de sécurité alimentaire et on traitait pas mal d'aspects qui relèvent du système alimentaire. Donc, on a tenu une séance, disons, préparatoire dans le cadre de cette concertation pour dire à nos différents partenaires, hein, aussi bien départements ministériels que société civile à travers les organisations professionnelles et même les syndicats, hein, les organisations qui sont en rapport avec la femme, le milieu industriel, le milieu agricole, etc. Et on a fini par choisir 3 thèmes principaux pour dire que ce sont les questions d'intérêt pour la Tunisie et pour lesquelles il devrait avoir plus d'examen d'abord et puis d'engagement aussi bien de la part de l'État que aussi de la part de la communauté internationale. Alors, les 3 thèmes principaux qui ont été sélectionnés sont en rapport avec, premièrement, la promotion de modèles alimentaires régionaux. Donc, qui dit régional, c'est dans un sens large qui englobe aussi bien le local, hein, donc c'est des modèles locaux qu'on peut trouver un peu partout dans le pays, mais aussi, pourquoi pas, des modèles régionaux type la diète méditerranéenne. Donc, on a dit qu'il faut promouvoir ces modèles-là dans la mesure où ils sont d'abord, ils se caractérisent par la proximité. Donc, on est dans tous les coins d'un pays, dans une région. Donc, on peut trouver un savoir-faire local, une spécificité locale qu'il y a lieu de valoriser, d'une part, qui pourrait être, disons, une occasion même d'entrepreneuriat, hein, donc, disons, qui s'y mettent donc, sur ces activités-là. Et en définitive, ça va certainement améliorer la situation alimentaire et la situation nutritionnelle, aussi bien par le pouvoir, disons, d'accéder à l'alimentation, que aussi avoir une alimentation saine, d'abord parce que on est en quelque sorte sûr de l'origine, on est un peu, c'est de la proximité, tout en disant qu'il y a lieu aussi de mener un examen approfondi, donc pour faire en quelque sorte un répertoire, hein, de tout ce qui existe dans ce domaine, et aussi de montrer, de justifier et même de mettre en lumière la spécificité sur tous les plans, y compris sur l'aspect nutritionnel. C'est-à-dire qu'on peut avoir des ressources locales, alimentaires, mais il ne faut pas se limiter à la croyance ou à l'habitude. Il faut apporter aussi la justification scientifique. Et donc là, c'est un appel à ce que les institutions de recherche spécialisées, que ce soit agricoles, mais aussi nutritionnelles, industrie, etc., se mettent sur ces aspects-là et ça sera très valorisant. Disons que ça, c'est le thème, donc, celui d'un système alimentaire, disons, régional ou local. Et comme je disais, c'est surtout ça peut être un vecteur de création de richesse à travers l'entrepreneuriat. Donc, ça, c'est le premier thème. Le deuxième thème, il s'agit d'œuvrer pour un passage à des modèles de consommation et de production durable. Et là, Donc, on a eu avec nous, parce que je dis nous, parce qu'on est à l'agriculture, mais on a eu avec nous toutes les structures qui sont en charge aussi l'aspect de l'approvisionnement, de la consommation. Il faut dire, comme je disais tout à l'heure, ce n'est pas aujourd'hui qu'on a commencé en Tunisie. Hein. On a mené beaucoup d'actions par le passé pour assurer l'approvisionnement, pour s'assurer que on livre une marchandise ou un aliment sain, etc. Et il y a eu même sur le plan institutionnel la création et même des réformes, disons, au niveau du pays qui seront attraits à la sécurité alimentaire, donc la sécurité alimentaire dans le sens d'un produit sain, donc le contrôle de la qualité, etc. Ce n'est pas suffisant, il y a encore des réformes en cours dans ce sens. Il y a eu aussi par le passé la création, un passé récent, disons, la création d'un institut de la consommation qui a commencé à développer, disons, des programmes en vue d'analyser, pas seulement analyser, hein, mais aussi d'orienter en quelque sorte la consommation. Et on a vu qu'il y a des activités très intéressantes donc, pour l'éducation alimentaire, donc même au niveau des écoles primaires. Donc, il y a un projet en cours, ça s'appelle Caravane alimentaire. Donc, c'est des gens spécialistes, donc avec des instruments tactiles d'éducation qui se déplacent au niveau des écoles pour expliquer qu'est-ce que c'est un aliment sain, comment on devrait se nourrir, comment on doit choisir, etc. Donc, ça, c'est pour dire que on est préoccupé de cet aspect de la durabilité, aussi bien au niveau de la production qu'au niveau de la consommation. Mais ce qui est ressorti, hein, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de projets en cours, mais c'est des projets pilotes qui, pour qu'ils puissent marquer leur effet, ça mérite qu'ils gagnent en échelle. Et donc là, ça nécessite des moyens aussi bien matériels que humains. Et là, donc, l'appel a été fait qu'il faut qu'on renforce d'abord aussi bien au niveau du gouvernement qu'au niveau des différents donateurs au niveau international, ces actions-là, parce que parmi ces actions-là, il y a eu dernièrement aussi le développement des cantines scolaires. Bon, c'était avec le programme mondial alimentaire, mais ça aussi, c'est un projet qui, malgré qu'ils existent, mais ils rencontrent des difficultés parce que c'est souvent un problème de moyens, un problème d'accès, des ressources financières pour pouvoir mener ces questions-là. Il y a eu aussi un examen même approfondi sur le plan scientifique de la question du gaspillage, par exemple. Et donc, ça aussi, ça a donné lieu à des axes, si on ose dire, des axes stratégiques, mais ce n'est pas encore mis en œuvre. Ça nécessite beaucoup d'efforts, ça nécessite beaucoup de moyens. Et là, on est dans un processus au niveau de la Tunisie, pas de choix d'orientation parce que les orientations sont claires, mais de problèmes de financement public, etc. Donc, ça, c'est pour dire que ça, c'est la question de la durabilité, vu des deux côtés, aussi bien production que consommation. Au niveau de la production, c'est principalement il faut être, c'est-à-dire que c'est les aspects liés aux ressources naturelles, eau et sol. Et donc là, c'est tous les programmes du ministère de l'Agriculture en matière d'optimisation de l'exploitation de ces ressources-là, et qui ont été en quelque sorte combinés avec le troisième thème principal, donc pour la concertation, et qui est relatif au renforcement de la résilience et aux vulnérabilités, au choc et au stress. Alors là, comme il est connu, donc avec le phénomène de changement climatique, surtout on est dans une zone qui est relativement tout le temps sous le phénomène du stress hydrique. Donc, c'est tous les programmes qui sont relatifs comment arriver à maintenir au moins une production locale pour avoir une certaine souveraineté alimentaire. Bon, le terme n'a pas pu être suffisamment explicité, mais disons qu'il y a cette préoccupation. Aujourd'hui, nous, en Tunisie, on importe en moyenne 50% de nos besoins en aliments de base, qui est les céréales, disons. Bon, c'est un aliment très important dans le panier de la ménagère. Et donc, c'est quand même, on a un niveau d'indépendance ou de dépendance qui mérite d'être amélioré dans un sens ou dans un autre. Alors, pour cela, donc, comme je disais, il y a le développement de la production locale compte tenu des ressources limitées. Mais en plus de ça, il a été question aussi d'aller chercher un peu une meilleure valorisation des ressources qui sont là, par l'exemple du traitement de l'eau, l'eau usagée, là, aussi le dessalement d'eau de mer. Ça sont des facteurs, disons, pour l'avenir, mais pour lesquels il y a des coûts élevés. Alors là, il y a lieu de s'orienter de plus en plus vers de la technologie, et comme l'utilisation de l'énergie renouvelable, surtout le photovoltaïque, et aussi, donc en plus des programmes qui sont clairs du point de vue le maintien d'un certain niveau de la production de façon durable, il y a aussi la question de la résilience au choc. Et ça, il était question aussi d'identifier, disons, une meilleure, disons, anticipation avec l'utilisation des données disponibles, que ce soit au niveau local, que ce soit au niveau international. Et peut-être là aussi, c'est un axe de coopération internationale très important pour pouvoir anticiper les crises, les pandémies, etc. Donc, il y a un partage, un échange des données, surtout qu'aujourd'hui, avec les nouvelles technologies, avec les nouvelles techniques de data science, etc., on doit pouvoir améliorer donc notre niveau de connaissance et notre niveau d'anticipation de ces phénomènes. Ça, globalement, donc, les principales questions qui ont été évoquées, ça a été détaillé un peu dans le détail et ça va être certainement synthétisé lors du pré-sommet. Voilà. Merci. À vous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shafai. I think the three dimensions that you introduced are really relevant, particularly the application of regional models that have been seen to work elsewhere, but also the importance of adapting those, and for raising this issue of resilience, which I don't think we touch on enough, but which is becoming increasingly important. Now, we're running a little over time in this roundtable, but I think that the richness of insights that we're gaining from the National Food System Summit dialogues is great. So I want to continue for another 10 minutes or so. We have two more speakers. I'll turn the floor first to Turkey. Ms. Aylin Şaleyen Ujan, if I can hand the floor to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Good afternoon, distinguished National Dialogue conveners and panelists. I'm very happy to be part of this very important dialogue. As mentioned, I am the National Dialogue convener for Turkey, and my duty is Director General for European Union and Foreign Relations of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. My general directorate is the sole unit which is responsible for the ministry, relation with the EU, international organizations, and bilateral relations on agriculture and forestry issues. I will try to give some brief information about our experiences in national dialogues and conducted studies for UNFSS. So far, Turkey have completed the most important part of the studies for the national dialogues. We prepared Sustainable Food System Country Report for COMSEC in 2019. Currently, we have updated this report in consultation with the governmental institutions and NGOs. Therefore, we have an extensive and updated report regarding sustainable food system. Also in 2019, our ministry held the National Agriculture and Forest Council was performed with the participation of representatives from academia, NGOs, public and private sectors, farmers, etc. 46 main actions and 324 sub-actions have been identified at the end. In 2020, we started to implement the decisions taken, and we plan to complete all of them until 2023. Why I am giving such information regarding this National Council? Because all of the commitments stated in the Council Declaration are in line with the UNFSS goals. Besides, in 2024, we will renew the Council and discuss the new areas and ideas and make new commitments. To be well prepared, we hold several online national dialogues. We designed 2 e-surveys to different target groups. The survey revealed over 500 problems and defined more than 1,000 solutions, and we had many action recommendations from public, private sector, academia, and civil society. We analyzed the survey in order to transform our food systems under 5 action tracks. If you are interested, official feedback reports of our survey and the actions of National Agriculture and Forestry Council are available on Summit website. Let me give you a brief information regarding the results of our survey. The most important main intervention areas for Turkey, I mean, from the top to down, are better protection of sustainable use of environment and natural resources, which is under action track 3. Encouraging transition to sustainable consumption and prevention of food loss and waste under action track 2. Sustainable food security and better public health and food safety under action track 1. More inclusive sustainable food systems and poverty alleviation under action track 4. Increasing the resilience of sustainable food systems against the food crisis under action track 5. Action areas are mainly climate change, scarcity, and efficient use of water resources, sustainable use of natural resources, food loss and waste, and we really put special emphasis on this action. Production and access to safe, healthy, and nutritious food, rural to urban migration, sustainable agriculture and production, including plant and animal health. On the other hand, as Turkey, we have to feed safely more than 4 million refugees, which is quite a big challenge as well. I can say that all of these defined areas are in line with the CM Action Plan 2025 for CAPMate. Most of the actions are requiring regional interventions such as climate change, water pollution, protection of natural resources, food safety, vulnerable groups, reducing food loss and wastes, etc. So the regional as well as global cooperation is the key issue for all of us. Besides, ownership of the actions by stakeholders should be ensured. The benefits of transforming food systems should be well explained to the stakeholders. Also, possible financial burden for transformation of food systems is one of the other challenging areas. In order to improve the transform food systems, in order to improve and transform food systems under 5 action tracks, there must be a change in food supply and value chain indeed. In this respect, it is necessary to change the behavior of the farmers, producers, and the key actors in the food systems. In order to achieve more sustainable food systems, as we all, the countries, have to share our experience and good practices and take concrete actions in collaboration. At this point, I have to say that international organizations will take more initiatives for this purpose. Before ending my words, we expect that SIAM would take the leading role for countries in this process for our region. Wishing healthy days to everyone, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Yeah, a couple of points. I was very fortunate to attend the COMSEC Ministerial in 2019, where the theme was on sustainable food systems. And in that respect, I think that the leadership that Turkey is showing in this field has been very strong. And so, you know, there's a lot we can learn, and great to have your participation in the Food Systems Summit as well. Thanks also for drawing attention to the fact that the feedback from the national dialogues is posted on the summit website. So if anyone is interested in seeing more feedback on any of the country dialogues that we've heard from today, please do take a look. It's now my pleasure to hand the floor to Ambassador Giorgio Maripodi to share some insights on the experience of Italy's Food Systems Summit dialogues, recognizing also that Italy is hosting the pre-summit event coming up at the end of July, and also holds the presidency of the G20, which is another important platform for thinking through some of these issues. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Thank you very much. It was very interesting to listen to all colleagues and friends who have intervened on this issue. Well, I think that the summit and the summit process are a unique opportunity at the global level to raise the attention of on the way in which food is produced, consumed, in which way the food is thought of, which requires everyone, and we have listened to this carefully, to take action to transform the world's food systems. Italy is, as you said, also Italy is actively involved, is actively participating in the preparation of the summit through an integrated approach to the food systems, which is centered on the territory, and in which the consumer is a major player and not just a recipient. And the food is seen, in our view, as a human experience and not just as a marketable product. Italy has organized on April 29 the National Dialogue, which was entitled "The Culture of Food in Sustainable Food Systems," and has participated in other independent dialogues with the idea of collecting innovative ideas, solutions from main Italian stakeholders to enhancing the sustainability and the resilience of the Italian food system. Our national dialogue was an opportunity to launch proposals for national commitments by examining the complexity of issues related to food systems, focused on the importance of enhancing sustainable production and consumption, underlining historical and cultural dimension of food, and addressing the issue of food waste in a sustainable system. Stakeholders were invited to share best practices of production process and sustainable consumption models to enhance the adherence to the Mediterranean diet, are aimed at improving global food systems through the lens of Italian experience. Italy, with its millenary and incredibly rich food tradition, reaffirms its commitment to explore new paths to preserve and strengthen local food cultures, reduce food waste, recovering surpluses for a sustainable and ethical use of food by implementing new strategies to mitigate the potential negative effects of food systems on animal health, land, water, climate, biodiversity, economy, and other systems. The collaboration with FAO, SIAM, UFM in the development of the SFS Med platform is offering a further opportunity to link together different but converging mandates to foster social cohesion and long-term sustainable and inclusive development for the Mediterranean region. Italy supports the SFS Med platform as a strategic multi-stakeholder joint action on sustainable food systems in the Mediterranean. The platform is an essential tool to addressing the multiple and interconnected growing challenges in the Mediterranean, for which it is necessary to overcome a fragmented sectoral approach in a framework of sustainability, not only environmental and climatic, but also and above all economic and social, ensuring coherence and coordination of actions. The Mediterranean is a rich and complex scenario characterized by persistence and interconnected challenges from economic, socio-political, and security. This is why I believe that those multiple challenges need a systemic multi-sectoral response. Some areas of the Mediterranean recently affected by the COVID-19 pandemic face major threats to food systems resilience, as well as to the livelihoods of the people affected. Multi-stakeholder policy dialogues and exchange of experience across countries can help to identify emerging challenges. I see therefore an important role for regional cooperation in building up measures addressed to improve the sustainability and resilience of Mediterranean food systems. And in this effort, the Mediterranean diet has a role as a lever, a common language for bridging production and consumption in a healthy and sustainable way. Thank Mr. Morrison, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your insights. And I think your intervention also provided an excellent summary of many of the issues which have been covered today. I think the point you make about the historical and cultural dimensions of food are really important, and the characteristics of the Mediterranean diet, whether in terms of the seasonality characteristics, whether in terms of the fact that it minimizes losses and waste. There's a huge amount that we can learn from the application of the practices that Italy and other countries in the Mediterranean region have applied, and use that more broadly in the context of the Food Systems Summit to share with other countries and partners. So thank you again, and thank you for the support that Italy has shown both to these dialogues and also to the work of the platform. I'd like to thank all of the participants in this roundtable very much again. I know that as National Food Systems Summit conveners, this is an incredibly busy time for all of you as we move towards the pre-summit. It's great to see that so many countries in the Mediterranean region are already taking concrete actions to make food systems more sustainable. And also encouraging to note the strong interest in regional perspectives and working to jointly advance the 2030 agenda in the region. And I truly hope that this regional cooperation will contribute to enabling the implementation of the concrete actions that we've heard about throughout the first dialogue and also in this second. So it's in this spirit that we will now move to the first of our 3 panel discussions, which will focus specifically on the enablers of food system transformation, as previously introduced by Angelo and Isabella. For the first one on partnership for the role of multi-stakeholder collaboration and inclusive governance, I will now give the floor to Mr. Sandro Danini, coordinator of the Sustainable Food System Mediterranean Platforms Coordination Desk, and he will moderate this first panel. The floor is yours, Sandro.
Thanks, Jeremy. This section fits perfectly as a follow-up because we are moving from regional cooperation to partnership. But which kind of partnership? Partnership followed by finance, and then the third section on awareness and capacity building. 3 interconnected sections. This is very important to start to understand how we will approach partnership. Partnership, it is approached as a dialogue between North and Southern Eastern country. And I think that we start with Isidro Gonzalez. Isidro is the Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, and he can give a kind of approach that UPM is doing on partnership between North and South country. Isidro, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Sandro. Good afternoon to all the participants. Thank you for the invitation again. I'm very happy for we are very happy the Union for the Mediterranean, as my Secretary General expressed this more at the beginning of the sessions this afternoon, by joining forces with FAO, CM, Prima, and all our partners to move ahead with this Sustainable Food System Platform project. We at the Union for the Mediterranean, we are promoting enabling actions to increase the partnership to get our partnership for the sustainable system. We are promoting, or we are fostering, or we are aiming at integrating the food system and environmental biodiversity and research and innovation communities. We are, as you say, Sandro, we are ensuring a balanced North and South Mediterranean representation, giving we have to say at the Union for the Mediterranean, at least we're giving some preference to the Southern Mediterranean countries, enhancing their participation, along with the Northern Mediterranean countries, of course. We are also aiming at enhancing enterprises ecosystem facilitated by the innovation and also market measures which take into account biodiversity and natural resources generation. We are promoting innovation and technology transfer, which we think that in sustainable food system it is also very important. And we target financial and investment facilities at support of the shift towards a green, blue, circular economy, as well as capacity development and awareness raising, which will be both tackled in the coming panels. We at the Union for the Mediterranean, we also believe that the building a sustainable food system in the Mediterranean starts by tackling more inclusive, effective and coordinated regional solutions. This is what we are doing today. By fostering dialogue, we are ready being more inclusive and effective for sure. This would mean to take into account the specificity of the region, the Mediterranean diet as a vector for sustainable growth, but also regional, more harmonized trade framework and related untapped potential. Many things to do, Sandro. I think we are running very late today. This means that we are all the participants have been very communicative, and we are hopefully adding some value. So I pass you back the floor for the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Isidro. You have understood why I cut the question, because I think that
yes.
We are all late and we have a little bit to speed up, but moving on the partnership, the concept of the partnership now go in the experience of the Prima Foundation. And we have here with us the co-chair of a Prima Foundation, Mohamed El Shinawi. Sorry, I didn't apologize properly. I think that is a kind of experience of a real partnership between the North and the South country. Mohamed El Shinawi, what you can contribute to better understand what is the need to have a partnership? Thanks. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the invitation and for this important meeting, which I find is extremely crucial with the pandemic that we had, all the world is passing through. And as you mentioned, Sandro, Prima is a real example for the real partnership between the South and North Mediterranean countries around the Euro-Mediterranean, because Prima stands on equal footing, co-ownership, co-management, and co-funding. When you find 19 countries around the Mediterranean with more than, in less than 3 years, funding more than partnering of 1,200 entities with more than 165 million euros, this means that we are on the right track in the Prima Foundation. Establishing a network and cooperation mechanism between different stakeholders is not an easy target. You are talking about 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. You have to tolerate the partnership to go beyond the particular strengths and needs of each group in order to identify the intersection between all these needs and how the various strengths can be connected to create these synergies. And I think in Prima, we had passed the era of having a pre-prepared agenda, but now it's real partnership. We always have our Syria, where we are looking at the Syria, what are the needs for both the shores of the Mediterranean, discussing together, having our experts from both the South and East and North Mediterranean countries. Our scientific advisory committee has all the 19 countries are participating. And what's important is the sustainability. We're always looking for the sustainability of the projects that's being funded by the Prima. Moreover, we are now moving towards how we can move around for more technology readiness level in our projects and how we can affect the community. I know there is a little bit of a gap between the South and the North Mediterranean countries. That's why we are trying to push more the South Mediterranean countries to share as coordinators. We're doing a lot of capacity development, but we as Prima, we are not only concentrating on the funding of research or funding of the projects, but the alignment of the national rules, because you know the administration part and how to align between the different countries so that alignment in administration, alignment in the national laws, alignment even in the strategy, the strategic planning of the 19 countries in the food and water management and agriculture. These are a main player that Prima is trying to push and disseminate. I know we are running out of time. If I'm going to talk about Prima, I'll talk a lot, so I will stop here and we'll be back to you again. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You have understood. Now, Emile Frison has a long-standing experience in food system transformation. And before Emile, just a post, a concern. I am concerned about the fact that the need for an urgent, profound rethinking of our agriculture and food systems is not sufficiently recognized. This is a very important issue. We need a different paradigm to address all these challenges. But Emile, which kind of partnership you think that is necessary to face the issue of a sustainable food system? Please, the floor is yours. You know, the time is crucial. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I think that many speakers already mentioned the intention to collaborate and to work together. But what is very important, especially in multi-stakeholder partnerships, is to ensure that the different stakeholders are on a level playing field, that what is often weaker partners in partnerships are given due support and are not overwhelmed by the more powerful partners. there is often a power imbalance in partnerships that has to be taken care of right from the conception to avoid that larger, more powerful corporations really set the agenda and determine what the collaboration is going to be. And I think we must ensure that there is really a bottom-up dimension. And that's why I was raising this point about collaboration for what? Collaboration about what? I think just having collaboration per se, if we don't agree beforehand what we want to collaborate on. And that's why I think we need really to rethink the need to change the current paradigm that is still based on maximizing productivity at the expense of the environment, health and nutrition and social dimensions. So I think what was recently adopted at the Committee on World Food Security is the policy recommendations about agroecological innovations and other innovations is an important guidance on what collaboration can be about and how to do that, because the 13 principles of agroecological transformation that can guide these partnerships include principles about social equity, about governance, inclusive governance, etc. So I think re-looking at the kind of paradigm we want to be supporting through partnerships and the rules of engagement in these partnerships and the role that the 13 principles of agroecological transformation can play in guiding these collaborations is very important. And I'll leave it at that in view of the short time we have.
Thanks, Emilio. You put the finger exactly in what it is about. It is really a multi-stakeholder initiative, inclusive of all interested parties. And that is an issue that will be also discussed, the relationship, for example, urban and rural. We know that is another issue. And who better than Agnès Rampal, Vice President of the Métropole Nice Côte d'Azur, the Vice Mayor of Nice, is the member of the Euro-Mediterranean Regional Local Assembly. Agnès, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Merci, Président. Alors, sur la base des préconisations de mon rapport Agriculture et sécurité alimentaire face au changement climatique en Méditerranée, voté en février dernier au Comité européen des régions, je vous propose de partager synthétiquement 5 idées. Premièrement, organiser une réunion des ministres de l'Agriculture, de l'Environnement et de la Santé de l'UPM sur les enjeux de sécurité alimentaire et d'adaptation des systèmes agricoles aux défis climatiques. Il faudrait y associer un forum de projet avec les bailleurs internationaux, les entreprises, les ALR et les parties prenantes agricoles agroalimentaires. Deuxièmement, œuvrer pour un sommet des deux rives de la Méditerranée qui regroupe sur ces enjeux l'ensemble des pays riverains de la mer Méditerranée qui le souhaitent. Dans la continuité du premier sommet organisé par la France à Marseille en 2019, dans un format qui associe des délégations des pays de l'UPM, des ALR, scientifiques, sociétés civiles, et qui pourrait présenter des propositions de projets de partenariats multi-acteurs dans cette belle macro-région méditerranéenne. Troisièmement, rédiger une charte de souveraineté alimentaire euro-méditerranéenne avec une déclaration politique commune et des objectifs chiffrés entre pays et ALR signataires. Il nous faut adopter une vision intégrée à long terme de la gestion des ressources naturelles agricoles, eau, sol, agrobiodiversité, et des enjeux de la souveraineté alimentaire par l'UPM, les États et les ALR. Cette charte s'engagerait à une prise en compte renforcée de ces sujets à tous les niveaux de l'échelle politique. Il faut également y intégrer la notion de revenu décent pour les agriculteurs, problématique fondamentale, aussi bien en termes de sécurité alimentaire que pour fixer et pérenniser les communautés rurales sur nos territoires. Quatrièmement, poser les bases politiques d'une réaction euro-méditerranéenne commune aux crises qui touchent les systèmes alimentaires avec un plan d'urgence et un fonds de solidarité agricole pour anticiper l'aide aux pays touchés par une catastrophe naturelle, sécheresse, inondation, ravageurs, incendies, qui s'inspire un peu du modèle de la réserve agricole de crise de la PAC. Et enfin, cinquièmement, développer un observatoire euro-méditerranéen des marchés agricoles, des pratiques agro-environnementales résilientes et des systèmes alimentaires durables, justement pour recenser et partager les politiques et les bonnes pratiques en matière d'agriculture durable, sécurité alimentaire, préservation du patrimoine culturel, alimentaire, etc. Ce sera un véritable centre de ressources qui fonctionnerait sur des approches participatives par la mise en place de dialogues directs avec les institutions et les communautés locales. Je vous remercie.
Oh, thanks very much. And now, thanks, because everybody understood that we had a little bit to compress this discussion. Now, also, I will ask the same to Roberto Capone. Roberto Capone represents the SIAM focal point, but in this case specific is the SIAM body to bring the experience to the last question. I read only one question. This is the question. What role could multi-stakeholder platform such as the SFS-MED platform play? Roberto, what is your idea about this partnership and how can I have a sense democratic of it? Thank you, Roberto.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Merci Sandro. On a parlé tout à l'heure de plusieurs actions, on a parlé d'approches intégrées, on a parlé des diètes méditerranéennes comme un levier pour faire le pont entre la consommation et la production alimentaire de manière durable dans la région. Mais pour développer de manière concrète ces actions, le SIAM, la FAO et l'Union pour la Méditerranée, en janvier 2021, ont signé un protocole d'accord sur le système alimentaire durable en Méditerranée. Et dans le plan de travail, il a été convenu de développer justement une Sustainable Food System MED Platform multipartite. L'idée de la plateforme est née lors de la deuxième conférence mondiale sur la diète méditerranéenne et le système alimentaire durable organisée à Palermo en 2019 par le Siambari avec l'appui technique de la FAO. En effet, dans les conclusions de cette conférence, la FAO, le SIAM et l'Union pour la Méditerranée ont convenu de signer un protocole d'accord pour lancer conjointement une action pour accroître les partenariats avec les agences gouvernementales, les Nations Unies, les organisations intergouvernementales, les universités, les institutions de recherche, les secteurs privés, les organisations de la société civile. En effet, le format d'une plateforme qui est développée au sein du programme des Nations Unies peut fournir également le cadre opérationnel approprié pour le dialogue et les relations, à travers lesquels les parties prenantes peuvent contribuer à la transition vers des systèmes alimentaires plus durables en Méditerranée, en favorisant des dialogues transdisciplinaires, des preuves scientifiques et des partenariats multipartis pour plus collaboratifs avenant des actions sur le terrain. Les principaux résultats attendus de la plateforme sont tout d'abord de renforcer les partenariats public-privé entre les acteurs clés et renforcer la coopération sud-sud vers le système alimentaire durable dans la région, mais aussi mettre en place autour du système alimentaire durable une communauté de pratiques pour renforcer les dialogues scientifiques et le partage des connaissances entre les pays du nord, de l'est et du sud de la Méditerranée, renforcer aussi la recherche transdisciplinaire du partage des connaissances, de l'innovation, des compétences et du renforcement des capacités dans les domaines liés à la production et à la consommation alimentaire durable, avec une attention particulière à l'employabilité des jeunes et des femmes. Progresser aussi dans la compréhension des interconnexions entre les objectifs du développement durable individuel et de l'agenda 2030 des Nations Unies et les systèmes alimentaires. Mais d'autre côté, développer aussi dans le cadre de la plateforme des projets phares en matière de recherche, d'innovation et de renforcement des capacités dans le but de permettre d'accéder aux marchés locaux et mondiaux aux petits agriculteurs méditerranéens, aux communautés rurales et côtières, aux jeunes et aux femmes. Et pour éviter la duplication des efforts en favorisant une coordination plus forte au sein des participants de la plateforme. Ceci est un résumé des programmes que nous allons développer avec nos partenaires dans les années à venir, en attendant l'organisation de la 3e conférence, comme l'a dit le secrétaire général Placido Plaza, sur la diète méditerranéenne et les systèmes alimentaires durables, que le SIAM organisera en début 2020 avec tous les partenaires qui veulent participer à ce projet. Et en espérant de pouvoir le faire en présence, je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thanks, Roberto, also for giving your perspective. Basically, I would like to thank all these panelists. We have tried to connect each one within the partnership before to pass it back to Jamie. Basically, Isidro, he contextualized within the framework of the blue, the green, and circular economy in the North-South dialogue. Prima, as well as reinforced the dialogue between the two shores on innovation research. Emil Frisone raised a very important issue, that is the change of paradigm and not to have top-down making this platform. Agnès Rampart recalled the strengths between the urban and the rural. And Roberto Capone, he brought the historical framework on which we come from and where we are going. So in very compact way, Jamie, we tried to do in 20-15 minutes to recover the delay. The floor is back to you, Jamie. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you to all the participants for the efficiency that you've shown in gaining a bit of time back. Thank you. So in order, in the interest of time, let's move to our second panel. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Roberto Ridolfi, who is chair at LINC 2007, former director at the European Commission, and also a former assistant director general at FAO. And it's great to see you back on screen, Roberto.
My
Roberto
pleasure.
will guide discussions on financing for sustainable food systems, leveraging public and private investments. Roberto, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jamie. It is my pleasure to see so many friends, many of which were at the beginning of this journey of the platform for sustainable food systems. And many of you are now seeing a little bit the day ahead of us. I would think that the third World Conference on the Mediterranean diet will represent the topic moment for this platform to explode. But let's now concentrate, as it is very useful for me, to something concrete, which is finance. Finance and investment are pivotal to enable the transformation of food system. And this is a key opportunity to move forward sustainability as a whole. If finance is not sustainable, doesn't seek sustainable investments, we can't hope to have sustainable systems, including the fostering of investments towards green, blue, and circular systems, while de-risking the farming, fishing, forestier business, and enhancing inclusive entrepreneurship. This is one of the key objectives. So I have two questions, and I will give the panelists very exceptional ones. In 4 minutes, please express your ideas clearly, concisely, and towards concrete, if possible, recommendations. So how to unlock the right funding? And I want to underline the right funding, because money is not so fungible when it comes to sustainability. Money must be long-term, patient, allowing sustainability to take place. So how to unlock this funding to transition towards more sustainable food systems in the region, considering the peculiarity that speakers before us have said about cultural and traditions in the Mediterranean region. And then the second, what role could this platform, the SFS Med platform, play in matching needs for finance with financiers and putting sustainability at the center of the match? We start with Iride Ceccacci, who is Associate Director, Head of Advisory, Agribusiness at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Hi, Iride, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ridolfi. Thank you for the organizer of this session. I think much has been said in the previous panels about the challenges, and now it's up to us to go a bit deeper on what can be done. I work for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We entered in the Mediterranean region in 2011, and we invested almost 9 billion in the region, in the private sector. If we consider that we are only in 4 countries, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, and then on the other side, Lebanon and West Bank. Our strategic capital framework is focusing on 3 main thematic areas, which resonate very much to what we heard. It's the focus on green, on inclusive and digital. And when we do invest, we want to focus more on rebalancing between public sector role and private sector, and how to make the private sector more agile in these countries. I think that we have a few priorities that I wanted to share with you in the context of this dialogue, and then a few ideas on what is needed more and what we could do together. So first of all, it's necessary to support investments along the whole food chain to strengthen the linkages and increasing standards among parts of the food chain. We need to support consolidation in agriculture and processing to take advantage a bit more of the economies of scale that can be created in these countries, especially to facilitate modernization through innovation. There is a need, and some of the previous panelists also focused a bit on this, on shifting the crop, where we focus on these countries when we do invest for food, because these countries do have competitive edge for export activities when we look at crops. For example, I want to say olive oil, and in those sectors, just trying to promote skill and education so that we can have a more agile system, but also in the longer run, promote sustainability and shifting a bit the subsidies regime. We need to support more foreign direct investment in the private sector, and also especially in primary agriculture, which remain very challenging. And this is where maybe we could create more linkages also to foster inclusion and economic activities, especially for youth, and to link them to these activities that could be manageable in the longer run. And the last part that I wanted to stress, we saw it more with the COVID crisis, is to support development of logistical infrastructure for agriculture and to foster these more agile value chains. So when we say what is needed in these countries and what could we do, I think IFIs could play a catalyst role for financing and to try to increase both domestic and international private finance through mobilization of effort, and also promoting policy reforms to improve the investment climates. There is a need for more policy coherence within and across countries in the region, and IFIs and partners that are in this dialogue could actually work together to achieve that. The thing that we focus on as well is standards, and how to achieve good standards, environmental standards, but also the social and governance and safeguard that would attract investment more in these regions. And for this, I also mean transparency, pricing, and debt sustainability in the region. What can we do with this platform? For sure, more platform at the country level and at the regional level, where the right actors, like-minded actors and donors could sit and dialogue. I think this could be one of the venues, these dialogues that we're doing is important. And how to really focus on green, on inclusive, on digital innovation to support the scale up of investment in those sectors that could bring growth in these countries. So for us as a bank, participating in this dialogue is key. And I wanted to say that what we should do more is to leverage the respective areas with investors, respective area of expertise, to devise tailor-made financial solution, the one you were talking about, maybe referring to some blending, and really adapt our tools and tailor our tools to trying to capture the food system as a whole, and to address the negative externalities that markets cannot do alone, cannot solve alone. So for us, participating in such platform could be a good way to consolidate the good lessons learned, what we learned as investors, to really push for high standards, including the areas of environment, social inclusion, governance, and procurement, and to support alongside capacity building and institutional building for countries and for companies. I think that platforms such as the one that we are proposing in the context of this meeting convey a disparate set of actors that work in the region, both within countries and international, and they could be a way to push for to find a sustainable solution in the future. So I think that on our side, I think more private sector, more sustainability in terms of financing and private sector. How can private sector really take the lead in the subsector that matters for the food system, and how we could all work together towards these goals, especially in the context of the summit, but also after the summit, what can be put in place to continue these dialogues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Iride. We will summarize later on, but the first good news is for Isidro, Placido, and Jamie Morrison. EBRD is ready to sign an MOU for the platform, so let's proceed with that. Now, let me give the floor, and we are very gender sensitive today, to Mrs. Jienne Boutiba. She's Director General of Business Med. Now, Iride spoke about private sector, how to make more agile. I'm sure you can answer to that according to the availability of good finance for your investments. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having us invited today. And indeed, just into word to present the organization I'm representing today. So Business Med, as it's the name, it's the Euro-Mediterranean Employers Organization. And we represent more than 25 country members, and of course, represent the private sector in the region and working in the ground, but also very much engaged in regional social dialogue with a multi-stakeholder approach with trade unions, civil society, government, and particularly with our important partner, which is the Union for the Mediterranean and the major donor with the European Commission. And with a multi-stakeholder approach, we have several platforms of dialogue, and particularly the dialogue with ministers every year in each topic. But thanks for giving the floor to the private sector in this high-level summit for dialogue. And this is important topic related to the SDGs component. This is the first time, I mean, we managed to work with the regional organization on this topic. So I'll try to shorten my intervention, as it's not easy, quite easy to have all this information that we need to spread through I mean, in terms of private sector, and some recommendation that we can give, but I will focus on South neighborhood countries more than European partners. So all the countries in the South neighborhood are heavily reliant on food imports, and indeed are some of the biggest food importers in the world. So as a matter of fact, as we heard this morning through our governmental partners, we spend approximately in the region 4% of the region GDP. So it's kind of $110 billion on food imports annually, and over half of the daily calorie intake of the population in the Arab world come from imported foodstuff, making them kind of vulnerable to global market disruption. At the same time, the situation is not homogeneous through the South neighborhood countries. So I'll not highlight all the figures, as most have been said this morning, but huge inequalities exist within each of the countries in the study, with hundreds of thousands of families living below the global poverty line through the South neighborhood countries. And we heard this morning, like the Ministry of Egypt explaining how many, I mean, babies will come in the future. So additionally, despite of the economic and social and environmental importance of the agri-food sector in the MENA region and its potential to deliver more benefits, the sector generally does not receive adequate attention or funding from policymakers. The agri-food sector is typically underfunded and rarely seen as a priority in major economic policy reform and investment programs. The agriculture orientation index, the ratio of agriculture share of government expenditure to share GDP is less than 1.0 in every country from which data is available. I'm talking, of course, about the South neighborhood countries and majorly the Arab countries. So, unfortunately, many governments' agenda need to be linked to climate, nutrition, agriculture with the multi-stakeholder approach with help address to bottleneck and trigger more investment. To achieve this aim, it is also vital to support farmers and SMEs develop comprehensive business plans. Support must be provided to both public and private sector for an enabling environment and lowered risk for financer and or food producer. This will create, of course, a win-win situation, putting consumers at the center of this approach. The mindset, unfortunately, has to be changed, and let us ensure that the SDGs are interlinked through a robust food system approach and a coherent roadmap. The coordination is importantly, especially at the country level, and that's why we are working with our social partners and particularly on tripartite side with the government on this dialogue and this regional dialogue to find some solution with particularly the Union for the Mediterranean as a platform dialogue, but we also important here with the platform we have presented today. So the neglect of the agriculture sector in terms of public expenditure and foreign direct investment has contributed to weak investment in agricultural research and poor performance, unfortunately, for public extension system in many MENA countries. This leads to a crucial reflection on inclusive and sustainable food system, including agriculture, which requires a diverse combination of public and private sector, as has been said by my previous colleague. So the financial ecosystem around agriculture and food system in the Mediterranean is diverse. It includes government, public and private banks, philanthropies, funds and facilities, agro-food corporates, insurance and lease companies, and from leased farmers, their families, their organization, their communities. So given the important public goods delivering by this system, development finance and green or climate finance, that plays significant role in the ecosystem, but commercial finance also plays a role to a different degree in a different forms depending on context, value chain and type of investment. So financing this transition toward inclusive, sustainable food system means increasing the role of public development banks, transformed by, for example, digitalization, like we saw after this part of pandemic. So all parts of the financial ecosystem need to play a role in promoting catalytic investment in agriculture and food system. So attention also to social inclusion and in that context to gender equality, of course, as has been said also by my previous speakers, and do not forget also the Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement that requires these sources and type of capital to work in alignment. So we have seen that the COVID-19 pandemic has intensified existing challenge in food, agriculture in the Mediterranean region with supply chain disruption and negative impact on incomes, lost jobs, and the asset base and finance thousands and agri-SMEs. Overall, the pandemic has brought out with the greater clarity to urgency of investment across agriculture supply chain, while also putting unprecedented stress on the financial ecosystem serving the sector, with PDB facing increased demands and the same time constraint on this asset. So to go directly to some advice, some recommendation about
1 minute.
Yes, the lack of deep pipeline of bankable project on the biggest challenges to private sector. We propose corporate raise the bar sustainable on existing business as usual investment, scale up green financial link to climate outcomes, blending finance to develop a deeper pipeline of bankable project, and of course, as a previous colleague said, enhance the role of private sector and generally working also on the new agenda of the EU, which is focusing a lot on this green transition and this blue economy part.
Thank you very much, Madame Boutiba. I think you mentioned, like the previous speakers, blended finance, which resound familiar to me. And I think that is, yes, indeed, the line of development banks, of hedging risk and allowing this Agenda 2030 oriented and geared investments. One organization active in facilitating investments is UNIDO, and we are happy because Roberta De Palma is here, Chief Technical Advisor at UNIDO, and she was also facilitator of session 1 of the previous SFS Med dialogue. So I'm sure, Roberta, that you will be able to stay in the 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto. It's a pleasure for me to be, here as a panelist this time, and I will represent UNIDO, that is a UN organization dealing with industrial development. Yes, we do have quite a track experience in partnering with countries and also with the investment organization in supporting this transition to green, blue, circular economy. But let me be, concrete. Your question was, which actions should be in focus, for, gearing the investment. And definitely, we have to look at the sustainable food system from as different blocks. So each block requires probably different kind of focus. So if we look at the agriculture part of the food value chain, the gradual move towards sustainable investment should definitely support transitions towards a more efficient landscape planning. Another aspect is represented by the diversification of crops to reduce stress on biodiversity losses, which is one of the main challenges we are facing together with climate change and pollution. Another dimension that needs support, like incentives, specific incentives, is the switch towards organic farming. That is definitely a much more sustainable alternative to intensive farming that is so widely spread today. Integration of precision farming with agro-system is also an important area. And last but not least, the valorization of all the biomass that is, wasted, out of the agro value chain should then need to be valorized into biofertilizer, bio-based products to create new green and more circular business opportunity. When we move a little bit upstream on the value chain and we look at the food transformation industry, so the agro industry, here, the core focus for investment needs to be resource efficiency. How we can increase the output per production input. So how can we make the systems more efficient to avoid losses of, raw material in the production system? And here, a key role is represented by investing in innovation, more eco-efficient technology. When production systems are to be upgraded, in all, they can be and they should be linked to modernization programs in those countries. Not only production, but also packaging of products represent a great area of opportunities for increasing sustainability of production systems, as well as the valorization of agro waste. Likewise, the agriculture, we have lots of waste also in the food transformation industry. That can be valorized in byproducts that can be cascaded to other applications and other sectors. So all in all, I think investment are at the core of this transition, because transition will not take place if there is not enough finance, for that properly directed in the right. On the right track. And in order also to support this financing really to materialize, I strongly believe that the political will is necessary for enabling this transition. So all in all, national governments are responsible to create such an enabling conditions for investment in sustainable food system to be essentially more attractive compared to standard investment. And, you know, just as an example, we see how the political will can drive the whole process. So what the EU has committed to do, you know, with the Green Deal to mobilize 1 trillion of euro is just an example that should be our lighthouse, you know, when we are supporting governments to take similar tracks.
Excellent.
Just to conclude, I think the UN also can play a very important role here, hand in hand with the financial institutions, because together with financing, there is, of course, the need to have the local organization to be able to identify those projects, to build their capacities, not only at the level of institutions, but also the level of the local banks. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Roberta. I think you mentioned again the political will and the usefulness of the platform to make the instruments right for the investors, technical assistance, and political will from the top. So policy pull, investment push. I think this is the language of my friend Arni Mathiesen, with whom we started a little bit this baby of the platform after the successful Palermo conference. Arni, blue economy, of course, and I see some diagrams behind your head. So I guess you will tell us about projections for the future. Thank you.
Grazie, Roberto. Yes, these are diagrams of ocean-going vessels, possibly Italian ones. I couldn't tell. But unlocking funding is a big question, and how to do it. And I think that primarily we do that through emphasizing what sustainability means. It means long-term food security, as well as long-term financial security for the value chain. And in recent times, nutritional value has become increasingly important. And in that context, the Mediterranean diet is an asset. And I correct myself, the Mediterranean diet is a major asset. And we should not underestimate the retail power that sustainability and nutritional health represents. The pulling power of what the customer wants is so great. And these concepts are very high in the minds these days, that I think they can work wonders for us if we work with them properly. Yes, and you asked really, where do we do this? I was very impressed by the representation from Israel about their national dialogue. As an old terrestrial veterinarian, I really appreciate what they're doing there. But it is very, very intense. It is very, very intensive agriculture. And that actually represents a problem, because our terrestrial ecosystem is under terrible stress. The soils, the water, the biodiversity. I'm not saying that the ocean is problem-free, because it's not. But the primary production potential there is today far greater than there is on land. And if we utilize that properly, we can emphasize low input and low emission production far better than we can on land. And that would then call for an initiative of blue transformation that I think we can realistically aspire to today. And then what would we be doing? I think it is the promotion of ideas and innovation, and linking it to finance, bilateral finance, sovereign support, private involvement, as well as the development banks. And I think we need to do this in holistic programs, even community-wide programs, where we include certification schemes which are there to guarantee that the retail power is utilized to its fullest, and that the consumer is getting exactly what he is asking for. You also asked about the role of a multi-stakeholder platform, and having been with you in this for quite a while, I actually think that a multi-stakeholder platform is the perfect environment for forging cooperation and understanding, as well as mutual support to achieve our goals. I don't think we can do this alone. You don't go alone on things like this. You have to go together, and a multi-stakeholder platform is the perfect environment for that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Arni. And yes, I think you mentioned again the key word, the platform, because we cannot do alone. With the pandemic, we have seen the fragility of very long food systems. We have seen the fragility of systems that are based too much on externalization and do not transform in internal assets what they could do. I think also, I thank you also because of this message, low input, low emission for a blue transformation. And that is in the spirit of the transition that we are all looking forward. Now, let's go to the last speaker of my panel, is Simone Cresti of the Sustainable Development Solution Networks for the Mediterranean. Simone, give us a little bit of sense of solutions for the private sector. 4 minutes for you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you very much for this invitation, Mr. Ridolfi, and it's a pleasure for me to present here the Sustainable Development Solutions Network that has been invited in this panel. SDSN is a network that works under the auspices of the United Nations, led by Professor Jeffrey Sachs and composed by 34 national and regional networks that aims to provide solutions for the sustainable development other than the knowledge of Agenda 2030. So since 2 years, we are, as SDSN, we are working to a common research project called Fixing the Business of Food. And this is the reason why I'm here to answer briefly to the 2 main leading questions of this panel. Fixing the Business of Food is a research questions that the SDSN, together with the Santa Chiara Lab of the University of Siena and the Columbia University, founded by the Barilla Foundation, aims at highlighting how companies from the food sector are aligning to the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. So the main, one of the main findings of our projects is one recommendation for finance and investors. We think that they need to go beyond the well-known scheme based on economic, social, and governance parameters. In fact, we suggest a framework composed by 4 pillars that needs to be taken into consideration from the finance and investors world. The 4 dimensions that we suggest are, for the first one, production, products and strategies that promotes sustainable and healthy diets and lifestyles. For the second pillars, we suggest sustainable internal and production and administrative processes. The third pillar is a sustainable value chain, food value chain, and the 4 pillars regards to the relationships that companies have with the societies and environment where they operate. So the good corporate citizenship. This is the framework that we think must be taken into consideration by investors for understanding and well evaluating when a company is or is not, or is in the process of becoming sustainable. The second point, the one I would like to underline, is that benchmarking or a ranking approach typical of financial sector so far works basically for large companies and enterprises also in the food sector. But we will know that this sector is composed also by a large number of small companies, especially in the farming sector. So what we recommend is to consider, for small companies, is to consider sustainability not as a threat or an administrative burden, rather as an opportunity. And how to take this opportunity for them? We suggest to learn the grammar of sustainability. So how to set objectives for small companies, how to set a system for a measurable system of indicators, metrics, and targets in line with the reality of a small or a medium company. The third point is what some colleagues today has already underlined, is that innovation also in the social sphere is recommended. So coming to briefly answer to the leading questions, how to unlock funding? Well, first of all, relying on the 4 dimensions. So healthy diets, internal processes, value chains, and citizenship, good citizenship. The second point for companies, to set up strategies and objectives in line with Agenda 2030. What is important is that such objectives and strategies should be measurable, of course, with indicators, metrics, and targets. The third point is to learn grammar. So to learn what does it mean sustainability for a company in this specific sector. Coming to the second question, what role the platform as a sustainable food system platform can play? So first, the first one that we suggest that is that it helps creating a community, a vast community composed by companies, by research and academia representatives, by innovators, and by policymakers. The second point is we think that it's relevant that such a community share good practices. So not only theories are relevant for companies in the pathway of transformation toward a more sustainable model, but good practices are a key element. The third point, that this platform can foster knowledge and capacity support for small and medium companies in the pathway of transformation for their alignment to the SDGs. I stop here and I thank you again very much for this invitation.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you. Let me recap 1 minute because I want to hand over to Gianluca Brunori, the next facilitator. IRIDE went into Development Bank, the platform improving the standards towards SDGs. Jeanne talked to us about underfunding of the food systems. And so the public policy must go into that, and development banks, again, with blending, to de-risk and minimize the risk for sustainability. Roberta spoke a lot about technical advice, but also political will, so important in the big policy. Arni, low input, low emissions, these are the way for the blue-green transformation, and the platform is the perfect environment to do this kind of matching, without which alone we won't succeed. And last but not least, Simone, he said sustainability is not an administrative burden. I couldn't agree more with that. For business will be vital to be sustainable. Otherwise, consumers, more and more educated, will push unsustainable producers outside of the market. This is the way, but of course we need a lot of awareness and we need a lot of capacity building, which I think will be the theme of the next panel. Jamie, over to you.
Thank you very much to you, Roberto, and to all of the speakers in that very interesting panel. As you've mentioned, our final panel discussion for today will be on building awareness and capacities for food system transformation. And this will be moderated by Gianluca Brunori, who is Professor of Food Policy at the University of Pisa. Gianluca, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. And I've heard a very, very interesting comments today. And now there is this issue of awareness and capacity building. We have to start from the fact that the food system transformation, blue and green, as it was said before, will imply a deep rethinking of agricultural systems and also behavioral change, both of producers and consumers. So this transition to sustainable food system will require a strong effort to win the hearts and minds of people, respecting diversity of cultures, plurality of opinions, and freedom, but at the same time try to align these voices around the common agreed principles. For this reason, capacity building and awareness raising are more important than ever. And we have said that in the transformation of the Mediterranean food system, there will be 4 issues that have a key role: circularity of green and blue economies, biodiversity, landscape management, Mediterranean diets, as well as the overall framework of urban food policies. So our panelists of this panel, the 2 questions we would like to ask are, what do we need to raise awareness by different stakeholders on these issues? And the second question is how to sustainably strengthen capacity and collective action across the regions to transform the way food is seen, produced, distributed, consumed, and disposed of. We have 5 very, let's say, excellent panelists, starting from Hans-Georg Lutzeyer, Senior Expert of the European Commission, Directorate General for Research and Innovation, Bioeconomy of Food Systems, Healthy Planets. So Hans-Georg, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gianluca, and good afternoon to all from Brussels. Let me just make shortly 4 points on mobilizing, raising awareness of stakeholders. What can we do? Actually, we have very good experience with foresight exercises, which are run jointly with communities. For example, the 5th SCAR Foresight report on food systems transitions. And Gianluca, you chaired the expert group, which delivered this excellent Foresight report last December. It's broadly discussed in member states, and it prepared well for the UN Food System Summit dialogue. The second point, actually mobilizing stakeholders, is more granular. It's actually the multi-actor approach. So since a few years, we are running our research and innovation projects with a multi-actor approach. That means farmers, advisors, food businesses become integrated parts jointly with scientists of research and innovation projects. That means we have upgraded stakeholders to become actors, multi-actors in projects. And now all our relevant topics are multi-actor topics. The third point is actually we know food system transition is local. So we have several projects which support policy labs where local communities, again, many actors, design food system transition. And we will complement the policy labs by living labs where lighthouse projects test research and innovation solutions in real life conditions. And finally, on mobilization, I would like to point out that science policy interfaces are important. So we have called for a high-level expert group to assess the needs, potential, feasibility, and approach for an international platform for food system science. And then to a few words on the second question. It's great today that I can announce that tomorrow the Horizon Europe first calls will be launched. So we have foreseen 1.7 billion euros in research and innovation funding for food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment. And around 500 million will go to research and innovation projects linked to food system transitions. So supporting research and innovation in the way food is seen, produced, distributed, consumed, and put back to circular systems. And in particular of interest could be projects which support the concept of food system policy labs on urban, rural interactions, for example, and Food Cities Africa, another topic which is linking Europe and Africa in sharing experiences and networks. And if you are interested, more information is available on the 7th and 8th of July in the info days for Horizon Europe, the first calls 21-22. Back to you, Gianluca. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hans-Gert. You have stressed the importance of multi-actor approaches and the different arrangements, governance arrangement at the local, regional, and European scales for it. I think that this is really something that is unifying this debate or this dialogue today. So the next speaker is Enrique de Villamore, Director of Regional Activity Center for Sustainable Consumption and Production. Please, Enrique.
Thank you very much, Gianluca, and thank you for inviting us. Thanks to FIO, the UFM, and CM. It's a pleasure for me to be joining with you this very interesting dialogue. I would like to provide maybe the point of view from, let's say, the entrepreneurship and the business sector to these questions that were putting to us, especially on the, for example, on the first one, on what do we need to raise awareness by different stakeholders on the issues on sustainable food systems. I would like to briefly just mention, in order for the participants to better understand the point of view I wanted to share with you, is that our center works for the Barcelona Convention, in that sense for the UNEP Mediterranean Action Plan. And in that sense, we are following the decisions that are taken by the countries members of this convention, that are taken every 2 years. And since the last 8 years, countries, members of this international treaty, have seen more and more that in order to make really a change in terms of environmental protection and to try to, let's say, to bring all the most important economic sectors to this, let's say, sustainability approach. Among them, of course, the food sector, which is a strategic from sector from many points of view. I mean, they have seen that it's really important, really key to bring them in this, let's say, path to move to circular economies and to sustainable systems, to try to boost more and more entrepreneurship and innovation. And mostly in that sense, to try to find those entrepreneurs that many times are not in the cities, that are, let's say, dispersed in many places of the countries, but have great ideas. They have a lot of energy. In that sense, a very determined mind to start a business providing some environmental added value. And this is why our centers for more or less 8-9 years have been working very, let's say, intensively in trying to, first of all, to find these entrepreneurs and to provide them, let's say, service in order for them to move on with their business case. And in that sense, we have been able to train about 40,500, 5,000 people, more or less, and about 20-25% of them were, in that sense, entrepreneurs working addressing the food sector and providing solutions for this sector to move to circular economy. And what we have seen is that it was, I mean, very, let's say, very spectacular, the quantity of people having very good ideas on this, but however lacking knowledge on how to, let's say, to plan their business, so how to develop a business plan, how to find a way to have access to funding and find the right stakeholders, how to establish good networks with different, let's say, companies as providers, as partners for joint ventures, etc., etc. So what we have seen is in terms of need, in terms of awareness and capacities, is to ensure that all these type of entrepreneurs receive the proper training and receive the proper service in order to contribute to this change to circular economies, and especially in this sector, in the food sector. So this is why I mean, progressively we have moved from developing specific trainings by ourselves to entrepreneurs to start establishing national partnerships in the countries of our region to support these entrepreneurs at the local level. And in that sense, we have been able to establish already 8 national partnerships in 8 countries, bringing together about 100 organizations. Where we are just in this, let's say, in the beginning. But what we are seeing is that in order to ensure that we avoid continuing with let's say, developing isolated actions through pilots from different cooperation institutions, it's important that the concept, the notion of a specific national partnership supporting specific sectors to move to circular economy is key in order for those countries to move on in that line. So this is about let's say the first question about raise awareness by different stakeholders on issues related to sustainable food systems. So I insist the need of establishing a specific national partnership, and especially trying to address business support organizations, so that all business support organizations that have been traditionally been devoting their work in supporting entrepreneurship and business development learn about circular economy, learn about sustainable food systems, and provide this type of services to entrepreneurs. And about the second question, and probably just to finish, with regard to the need to strengthen capacities and collective actions across the region, we consider that, of course, the platform you were mentioning is absolutely key, and other relevant platforms that what we are managing, the Switches platform, that is bringing about 400 entrepreneurs from all the region, many of them also work in the food sector. But from our point of view, it's absolutely key that countries of the region agree on some, let's say, minimum of common measures that they commit to implement with regard to this need of establish, let's say, a sustainable value chain for the food systems. So we think that in that sense, it's the only way that we can be really successful in managing that the region and the countries act as, let's say, one body, and in that sense support more and more a market in the food sector that is pushing for this for the establishment of these circular and sustainable business models. And last but not the least, in that line, we think that efforts to try to push for some kind of regional fund that would be transferring possible funding for these companies, these entrepreneurs, would be also key. In that sense, in the next conference of the parties of the Barcelona Convention, there will be a decision submitted to the countries with that objective. I mean, establishing a specific Mediterranean fund for entrepreneurs and small and medium companies for circular economy, as well as the establishment of different networks between national partnerships for circular economy businesses in the region. So that would be very briefly the reflections I wanted to share with the colleagues. So thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Enrique. Actually, from your speech, it is clear that the partnership, the network, the alignment is the key for these activities, and especially with regard to entrepreneurship. So thank you very much for your contribution. And now we have Fadia Kiwan, Director General of Arab Women Organization. Please, Fadia, the floor is.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much, sir. Well, I will put women lenses to make a contribution that will show you how much, if half of the population is out of the game, we cannot succeed. We cannot neither guarantee growth nor sustainable development. As you know, as you may know, women in the Arab world are have a very weak contribution to the economy until now. The rate is about less than 20% over the 22 countries, which is very weak compared to the international rate of women contribution to the economy. The Arab Women Organization is an intergovernmental regional body, intergovernmental, but we are not associated to decisions. We are much more a specialized agency in women affairs. We don't say gender, but women affairs leads to gender, of course. We are facing, especially after COVID-19, we are facing a very precarious situation of women in most countries in the Arab world, and especially in countries where they have witnessed in the last years either conflicts or wars or displacement, forced displacement of people in the neighborhood of wars and armed conflicts. So we have a lot of problems, and we have a need of enhancing the women participation to the economy, not only to guarantee the growth of the national economy, but much more to help consolidating the situation of women themselves. And we have to face or to work on 3 levels. We are working on 3 levels with governments, with national machineries, with civil society organizations, and with some international organizations, including and maybe in the pilot projects with the FAO. The 3 levels are the economic level. We are trying to empower women to make transfer of skills, and at the same time to improve the awareness of women relating to the climate change, to the technology, to women's rights, to health issues, to agriculture, to food security, to food production and food consumption. All these issues are in a same menu that we are adopting when we train women here and there in the Arab world. Our work is always regional, it's never local, but we collaborate with local agencies and mainly with the national machineries and ministries concerned by women affairs. The economy, empowering women in the economy is one of our battles, let's say, of our fights. The second level is trying to change the mindset of people in the area. You know that it's not up to women to decide to go to work or to have her own business. In many situations, it depends on the environment, and women are not usually very much encouraged to have their own business. We have just digested the issue of having women going to a position in the administration, the public administration, but not yet enough digesting the fact that women have their own business. And here we have different scenarios, different situations. In the Gulf area, we have much more women having their own small or medium business than in some other countries in the Arab world. It's very weird a situation, because as we may think that in the Gulf area, the situation is that of conservatism, social conservatism. We have much more women having their own business. We have around 40,000 of women entrepreneurs in the Emirates, which is a very important figure. And in other countries, because countries are poor, people are also poor, challenges are not the same. We don't have the same situation here and there. So we are trying to work on the mindset, not only of women, but of the whole environment to make a social change, a cultural change, to change the mindset of people in order to have a better situation for women, more opportunities for women, and more motivations for young girls and ladies to go to work and to have much more their own business by today, because we are aware of the state of the world in terms of liberal economy. We know that we cannot work in the 60s of the last century as staff of the government. We have to try to find our own way by maybe having our own business. And the agricultural sector is a very good sector to have women having their own business. A cooperative of women can do a lot of work. We have a pilot project ongoing now. We selected 3 organizations in 3 different countries, but we started with 1 because we didn't have enough money to start with 3 of them. It was the Lebanese women organization. The second in the ranking is an Egyptian one. The third is a Moroccan one. We promised ourselves to start with them all next year. We are supporting the initiative of this women organization to have their own business as a collective work of women, and having men with them, of course, but the initiative should be that of women in the agricultural sector. And by now, I can say that it is a very successful story ongoing in Lebanon, in between brackets, because a lot of stories in Lebanon are failures and are not success stories. But paradoxically, this is a good story. Maybe in few months we'll have a press conference and we'll be talking about it. But it is still an atom when we look at the huge situation and needs of women and of societies here and there. The third level was addressed by the previous panel a little bit, and I want to get back to it. It is to improve the policy making. When we go to decision makers in most Arab countries, as in most countries probably in Asia and Africa, we have weakness in strategic perspectives, in visions, and inclusive visions when we go to decision making and to commitment of public finance. I know that the liberal age is all around us, but we cannot look at an increase of the private sector if we don't have at the national level here and there a national vision and a national policy. The private sector by itself, it's a machine that looks for profit, and this is legitimate. If we want to address public goods, if we want to address collective interests of people, we have to start pushing towards a collaboration between the government and the private sector and women machineries and civil society organizations here and there. The triangular design is very important because we cannot look at the development of the economy as a simple issue of the private sector and the liberal initiative by itself. So if we need to see the private sector collaborating with the government, I consider that the government has a regulating role. It still has a leading role by the legislations, by allocation of budgets, and by trying to address and to protect public interests much more than may do it any enterprise in the private sector, if we may speak very frankly. But this triangle is not yet well prepared to work all together. Either we have governments that are still leading as if we are still in the 60s of the last century, or we have a wild liberal economy without a national vision, or we have weak civil society organizations. Some of them are very much committed to international programs without having a vision of priorities in their own country. So these different issues are addressed all together. Our main program is a program of empowerment of women, but an empowerment that touch the economy, the decision making, awareness about both climate change, the economical priorities, and women affairs, because women should be aware and should be asking for protection by the state. Nobody but the state can protect women in a rule of law situation. If we go to countries where we have had some armed conflicts lately, women were threatened by tribes, were threatened as individuals were threatened in their freedom, in their movement, and everywhere we saw that the state, the government here and there, was asked to protect, to provide protection to women. So our first concern in the Arab world is to build a rule of law in the public affairs, to have a rule of law, and to encourage women to participate largely to decision making in politics, to the administration of the country, and at the same time to be more involved in the economy, because it's a shame not to have a productive role in the economy. Half of the population of the Arab world is a rural population. And this rural population is the part that is more poor and weak in terms of awareness and in terms of social conservatism, in terms of participation of women to the economy. And whenever women participate to the economy in these rural areas, it is in the informal economy where they do not have any protection and any guarantee. And in most situations, they do not have even salaries because they work in family business. In family business, the woman works, but she's not considered. She's marginalized. So we are trying not to make a revolution, but to work on the mindset of people, to generate new ideas, and with the new generation and of girls and boys, we are trying to change the mindset to have tomorrow some people who are really different. Behavior should be different, and women should be more involved in the economy. But as I told you before, we need to enhance the collaboration between the enterprises in the private sector, investors, the public decision makers, and civil society organizations. Among them, of course, the strongest are women organizations. This situation is different from a country to another, but the main characteristics of all is the weakness of collaboration and the weakness of application of laws. Whenever we have laws, those are not considered. So we are trying here and there to empower women and to empower parliamentarians, both women and men, to be more effective, to try to modernize laws, to try to transform situations of here and there as situations of effective rule of law. And in this environment, we consider that women should be, the number of women will increase in the economic sector with more skills, because we have more and more women who have been enrolled in schools in the last decades. And we have a lot of women who can enter all kinds of jobs here and there. And we have, as I told you, a lot of women who can have their own business, but they need and they lack, until now, they lack finance, budgets, allocations, and social protection. We are trying to help here and there, but mainly by empowering women themselves. Thank you very much for giving me the floor to talk about the Arab women, and we look forward to see what is being done in the context of this dialogue, and we are catching any opportunity to collaborate with any of these institutions that are very much interested in the growth and sustainable development of this part of the world. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Fadia. Actually, it is emerging clearly that more empowered women in the middle between the economic system and the rule of law it's also a way to really to transform our food systems. So I think that the method of a platform, of networks, etc., is really something that can strengthen also the contribution of women to this transformation. I am afraid we are a little bit behind schedule, so we have also still 2 speakers. I will give immediately the floor to Blanca Moreno-Dodson, manager of the Center for Mediterranean Integration. Please, Blanca.
Thank you very much, Gianluca, and thank you to the UFM, CGEAM, and FAO for inviting the Center for Mediterranean Integration. One of the advantages of being one of the last speakers is that I have learned tremendously from all of you, and I will try to really say only something that has not been said, which is going to be very difficult, but I will try. I think that it's been very, very, very rich, and you have talked about adopting a new food policy that is truly characteristics of the Mediterranean, that takes into account the difficulty to grow some products in a region that is threatened by climate change, that is water scarce, and at the same time that has tremendous potential because of the connections between the north and the south. So the message I like to leave with you is that to really achieve this transformation, we're going to need, in addition to campaigns and social media and networks and support from professionals of the health sector, we're going to need very well coordinated agriculture policies and trade policies. And maybe I would like to focus for a few minutes on trade policies in connection with regional integration, which is a bit which is really the DNA of the center that I have the honor to lead. I think one of the problems that we have to highlight is that the European market needs to be more open to agricultural products coming from the south. We know that a lot of the bilateral agreements that were signed years ago did not include agriculture per se, and that need to be revised. This openness should be also accompanied by other policies that help countries from the south to meet the quality standards of the European Union, to really adapt to those standards, and this can only happen through a transfer of technology and cooperation between European and southern and eastern Mediterranean countries. We also have to think of approaching these issues under a regional perspective. If every country tries to do this on its own, it will not produce the most efficient results. So there should be a dialogue on how countries adapt to these norms. For example, we should think of how to exchange good practices. In agroecology, for example, this is something that many of you have talked about, shares also results of the research that is going on in the region. Think of regional ways to store some of the food items that are being grown in the region, facilitate more exchange at the border, procure goods together. We really have to approach this under a regional perspective. This is a region that it is not going to be self-sufficient in terms of food consumption because it does not have the capacity, but at the same time can reduce tremendously its dependence on imports. There are a lot of goods that right now are being imported that could be produced in the region. So let me say now a few words about the agriculture policy that could be implemented again under a regional perspectives. I think this has to be a combination of many measures, protecting some of the land that is now being threatened, particularly by climate change, rehabilitating some of the agriculture areas that have been degraded, updating the irrigation systems, use the water resources that the region has more effectively, and increase gradually the innovations of technology in order to facilitate agriculture extension and ultimately higher agriculture productivity. There should be therefore a new and more holistic approach to agriculture, also in connection with other sectors that are connected. It's not just the agriculture policy per se, is the infrastructures, the rural roads, is the access to markets, is also the access to credit for agriculture. So we have to look at agriculture in a more holistic way under a broader developmental perspective. So just to recap, I think the transformation of the food systems that many of you have been advocating for today for the Mediterranean makes a lot of sense, but it can only be achieved if we adopt a regional perspective, and that should integrate both trade policies and agriculture policies under a holistic perspective. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I look forward to continue exchanging with all of you.
Thank you very much, Blanca, for your clarity and your synthesis as well, because you succeeded in containing your intervention in a very small number of minutes, but saying a lot of things, in particular this issue of coordinating agricultural policies and trying to get a clear change of let's say approach in agricultural policies. And for this we really need a lot of dialogue, a lot of exchange of practices, science policy interfaces, as Hans-Georg was saying, and having, let's say, a regional also perspective, because this helps us to understand what are the critical points, what are the resources, and what are the leverages for a transition. Thank you very much. And now we have Sakina Ben Abdelkader, biologist and project leader and member of the International Youth Council. Please, Sakina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we do.
So thank you very much for having me here. One of the ways to raise awareness for food systems transformation is the participation of youth in organizing global events and regional roundtable discussion, such as World Food Forum, which is a youth-led global movement aiming to empower youth for a better food future. There are competitions and prizes, of course, for the best documentary, best performance, Young Filmmaker Award. So it's an opportunity for youth filmmakers to tell the world stories that will inspire change makers, that will inspire change and become an essential part in spreading the message to transform our agri-food systems, achieve food security, and promote better nutrition. Also, World Food Forum is an opportunity to promote young scientists to bring their innovative research idea and share with the whole world. In the Arab region, the World Food Forum and the Food System Summit coordinated joint regional youth meeting to elicit ideas for youth-led initiatives and to develop a regional agenda for youth actions divided into short, medium, and long-term actions. I was a speaker at that event, and I shared the diet of Algerian children and the relation between obesity and the current diet of Algerian children. Also, there was a vote, and the idea that one all called for raising awareness and capacities on the various food system dimensions. This shows how these two aspects are for youth in the region. And for the answer, the second question, we think that building bridges between business leaders, researchers, and decision makers is very important today. Business and research are natural allies, and often the missing ingredient of collaboration is shared vision. By coming together to understand the full picture and establish a roadmap, both parties can see how they contribute to each other's success and can put an end to communication breakdown. Business leaders face constant pressure to raise revenue and profits, Researchers face pressure to raise awareness about challenges we're facing in food sector, but we should remember also that before being business leaders, they are fathers, they have family, and they're looking for alternative solution to protect their children and family members. So the key to building successful industry academia partnership is to recognize and respect each other's requirements. Researchers should invite business leaders and decision makers to show them and present them the latest results of their research, and especially the alternative solution. The same thing same thing about building a bridge between business leaders and youth professional or recently graduate from university with brilliant solutions, ideas. So if we success to bridge the gap between them, so we could contribute in raising awareness in the region. Thank you, and over back to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Sakina. Also, you were very synthetic and very clear and get really to the point. So we have really concluded this panel with an extremely rich variety of contribution. And in your contribution, I see two important keywords. One is the vision, the importance of bridging, the importance of creating a vision, and especially for young people, this is important to have a vision for their future and have a hope. And at the same time, it bridges, so linking together let's say young people, entrepreneurs, local administration, etc., because this is the bridge is a way to learning and to advance and to progress. So having said this, I think that our panel has concluded its role. I think that everybody converge around the idea that these dialogues and these multi-actor processes are so important, and this gives me the opportunity to give the floor back to Jaime. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Gianluca, to you and to your panelists for the great discussion. Lots of insights generated there. Let me just spend a couple of minutes in closing this dialogue session. I'd like to thank first all of the moderators, the panelists, the speakers, indeed all of you in the audience for your contributions via the chat as well, who've contributed to this what I think is a highly productive discussion. We went a little over time, but at the same time we've heard from over 30 people who've taken the opportunity and shared their time to provide their insights on their experience with different elements of food system transformation, from their engagement in food system summits, summit dialogues, to what they're bringing through their various institutions. Today we've looked at some of the key elements that, if we can leverage them properly, will lead to successful food system transformation in the Mediterranean. And it was very pleasing to hear a number of people mention the Sustainable Food Systems Mediterranean Platform, which many of us are engaged with. And I think this initiative really could turn out to be a catalyst for many of the enablers that we've heard, particularly in the last three panel sessions, helping to bring together a wide array of stakeholders to join forces in transforming food systems in the Mediterranean for the better, and particularly bringing that regional cooperation perspective that we've seen come through in many of the interventions that we've heard today. As we've heard, the momentum towards the summit is growing, and it's providing a real opportunity to bring together these invaluable experience of countries and stakeholders across the region, and to help us to strengthen efforts as organizations in engaging stakeholders in discussions towards more sustainable food systems. So on behalf of the 5 co-conveners, I'd like to thank all of you again for the rich discussion. Many thanks also to those who followed the dialogue on the live stream, which was kindly provided by the Union for Mediterranean, along with the IT support for today's event. I'd like to thank also the interpreters very much for their hard work in facilitating this discussion, and also to the coordination desk, Sandro and colleagues, for organizing this event so professionally. So with that, I wish you all a very nice end of the day. Please do stay tuned for the synthesis of this dialogue, which will be posted on the Summit website relatively soon. And also for more information on the Sustainable Food Systems Mediterranean platform as we move this platform forward. So thank you, all of you again, very much for your cooperation and participation in today's event.
Well done, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie, for your work. Thanks, Jamie.